Hello, hello, hello. I think I'm going to call this meeting to order. Hello? 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 I do hope I'm audible. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome you to this meeting. I'm Dr. Scovia Mbalinda, and I've been part of the organizing committee for this particular conference. So I don't take it for granted to have you, as many as you are at this particular moment, to be able to join HEPI. And for those who don't know HEPI, I think you can see this is a project, and it is health professions education, and with the focus of promoting interprofessional education and strengthening health systems within Uganda. And I will not preempt quite a lot because the principal investigator is here. So as we get started in this particular conference, we really have a number of objectives, but of course this is going to be dependent on what you as an individual want. And of course our theme is health professional education for improved health outcomes. And the major thing here is mainly for continuous professional development. Some of us are going to learn, and we are going to be sharing a lot of work that we have been doing either in our universities, some of the researches we've been engaged in. And I know by hearing presentation from different people, most of us are going to learn. And of course, the second thing is to build networks. Most of us may know each other, or it could be the first time we are meeting each other. So I do hope by the end of this 2 days meeting, you're able to make a friend, have a network, and you don't know how these networks will work for you either today and in the future. So we've organized this conference under a number of themes, like you have seen there, and we do hope your stay is meaningful and fruitful, and you're able to gain what you intended to achieve under the 2 meetings. So without wasting a lot of time, I'm going to call or invite Faith so that we can have our first session. Faith. So Faith, you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Dr. Scovia. Am I talking well with the microphone? Hello, can you hear me well? All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Nawaji, and I'm the African representative for FEMA, member of InThealth, and I pretty much lead implementation of FEMA initiatives here in Africa. I don't know. It's vibrating. Okay. So our panel is pretty much going to focus on faculty development and continued professional development. Would like to give an overview of the 22 years of FEMA, of faculty and continued professional development in advancing global health professions education. So I have distinguished panelists, and I'm going to invite them to take up their seats so that we can have a discussion through a question and answer with them. So with that said, I have Dr. Ron Blanc, who is the interim FEMA president. Please come and take your seat. Then I have Dr. Rashmi Vyas, who is the lead FEMA Global Programs in Philadelphia. And I have Professor Sarah Chiguli, who we all know is the PI of the HEPI project, but also the newly appointed director for the East African FEMA Regional Institute. And we also have Professor Samuel Maling, who is the Associate Director for the FEMA Institute, but also he's an Associate Professor from MAS, which is Mbarara University of Science and Technology in Uganda. So, Professor Sarah, we would like you to take up your seat. So you need to press. So, my distinguished panel, I'm going to take you through a couple of questions in line to this theme, and we pretty much want to understand from you the journey of advancing health professions education, specifically in Africa, but also now speaking through the East African context. So with that said, Dr. Ron Blanc, please tell us more about the overview of FEMA, its missions and strategies.
Yep, this works. Thank you very much, Faith. And it is a pleasure for me to be here and just very briefly describe what FAMR does. And then my colleagues will go into some of the specifics of the institute that we were privileged to launch with our partners in Macquarie and Mbarara universities. FAMR was formed as an outreach arm of the Education Commission on Foreign Medical Graduates in 2020. And it was really focused on global education, what we could do to help throughout the world medical education advance. So we first have research programs that look at, for example, the accreditation status of medical schools worldwide. What agencies are there to do that? We also focus on workforce development and the migration of healthcare providers. And of course, then we are heavily involved in the education aspect of things. How can we help the education system? How can we do the faculty development, the curriculum development, leadership training? And my colleague will talk more about that. And then finally, we are involved in trying to provide information throughout the world on medical systems, how many medical schools they are, what their status is, how they are accredited. So we have an information aspect. So the research first, what's the status of things, helping the education systems as much as we can, and then finally maintaining a variety of directories and information systems. This is all part of now InThealth, and FAMR is an element of that, and we work very closely with the Education Commission on Foreign Medical Graduates, ECFMG, but I assure you that part of our strategy is partnerships, and we have developed many throughout the world, and that allows us to carry out our mission. So that's what FAMR does. I'll turn this now back to you, Faith, and stand by for any questions later.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Blanc. We'll move on to Dr. Rashmi Vias. Yeah, tell us about the FEMA Regional Institutes in line to advancing health professions education globally, including Africa.
Thank you, Faith. So Dr. Blanc just gave an overview of FAMR. FAMR stands for the Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research. And it was established in 2000, and one of its major strategies is the FAMR Global Programs. And what FAMR Global Programs does is it integrates the partnerships of FAMR and our parent organization, InThealth, to advance healthcare education, and workforce development. We have actually a lot of programs in place. We have the clinical exchanges in ophthalmology. That's a faculty exchange program that's coming up. We have interprofessional exchanges for students as an elective program that's ongoing in Africa. The clinical exchanges is also focused in Africa. Then we have an accreditation training program that we are building to launch in Africa. Right now, we are doing the needs assessment for the training program. And we have also have a faculty development in competency-based medical education. But our flagship program, and why we are here, is the FAMER Institutes. The FAMER Institute, or the International FAMER Institute as it is now called, was established in 2001, soon after FAMER was formed. It was its first major activity. It was offered from Philadelphia, USA, as a 2-year part-time fellowship in health professions education and leadership development to advance for global health professions educators. In our 20 years, we have now what we call the FAMER Regional Institutes. And that's what your question was, Faith, right? And the story is very interesting. Once the first few cohorts of FAMER Institutes, the International FAMER Institute, they graduated from the program, they reached back to FAMER and said, there is a need to advance access to health professions education in our regions, and thus generated the concept of FAMER Regional Institutes 20 years ago. And now, over 2 decades, we have FAMER Regional Institutes. We have 4 in India, we have 2 in China, we have 1 each in Egypt, Indonesia, Chile. We also had 1 in Brazil and 1 in South Africa, which ran successfully for more than 10 years, and then due to a variety of reasons, they closed. And we have the new Eastern Africa FAMER Regional Institute, which we launched yesterday, which brings health professions education right at your doorstep. My colleagues will be telling more about that, but what we do in these programs is we offer the curriculum in 4 major themes, and these are leadership and management. We believe that every health profession educator is a leader, leads, and brings about change. The second theme is education methods, which every health profession educator has to do. So it includes teaching learning methods, assessment methods, curriculum design, and so on. The third is educational research and scholarship. All educators, all of us are researchers and scholars. And the 4th theme is project management and evaluation. The participants of the program, who are called FAMER Fellows, they have to implement an education innovation project in their home institution. So what the project does is it provides all the faculty in the health professions who are participating in the program an experiential learning, because faculty, they need to do. Right? It's not just theoretical. You are right there. You are teaching your students. You are improving education. So this project gives that opportunity to apply all that you're learning in the program and practice what you're doing. Interwoven through all this is our principle of building and strengthening community of practice, cultural humility, and collaboration. So how FAMER worked was it partnered with hosts and medical schools and health professions university around the world to establish these regional institutes. It's a bi-directional partnership model. And the regional institutes, they take this curriculum, the curriculum of the International FAMER Institute, model it and adapt it to suit their local context. So what has happened as a result of this? Now we have 2,000 FAMER Fellows from 55 countries that form a vibrant network of global health professions educators. We have 200 FAMER Fellows in Africa itself, and together they're working hard and striving to advance the field of health professions education in their region, geared towards improving community health. So
thank you
does that
so
answer your question?
Yeah, in a much more detailed way, which we pretty much appreciate. Yeah. And now moving over to Professor Sarah Yesterday, we had a very wonderful event to really launch the East African FEMA Regional Institute. And in fact, I think we made it to the Daily Monitor in our local newspaper. Please look it up to know what exactly happened. But then we have the source here. So why do we go to the newspaper? Get Prof's here. So Professor Sarah, the EFRI, or what we usually like to call EAFRI, or the East African FEMA Regional Institute, was launched yesterday. Tell us more, why was it launched and what are its aims? What do you aim to achieve in line to professional development in East Africa?
Thank you, Faith. So the East African FEMA Regional Institute was launched yesterday, and its aim or goal is to strengthen health professions education in the region. We hope that this institute will contribute to this through training the faculty, the educators in health professions education. Could be educators for doctors, for nurses, for pharmacists, for dentists, so any cadre, so that they get that knowledge, they get the skills of planning, implementing, and evaluating programs for training these healthcare providers. In addition, it will be a platform for networking, for creating a community of educators who continuously apply the latest evidence in health professions education in order to achieve the vision. And we hope that if you improve the way we do things, the way we train, then the people on the ground, the health workforce, will have better skills, better competencies to manage patients, to manage individuals, to manage families, and to manage communities, so that we shall have a healthier population. I think I'll stop at that.
Thank you so much, Prof. And just getting the audience to really understand, what does being a FEMA fellow mean and what is that experience? Talk to Professor Maling. Would like to have a narrative from you. Tell us more about your experience as a FEMA fellow and how it has contributed to your career.
Good morning to all of you. I'm honored to be here, and thank you, Faith, for your question. I think it was 2007 or 2006. There was a conference here at Hotel Africana, together United for Health staff conference, and there was an advert for SAFRI, the Southern Africa FEMA Regional Institute. And I read it, and people were invited to go to Makerere to learn more about SAFRI. So I went, learned about it, and I applied. So in 2008, I boarded a plane, South African Airlines, and then you reach Cape Town, and then you're taken to a hotel. We're going to Mangia Valley, some hotel in a forest. And that was my first interface with the FEMA. And the experience I went through was life-changing. after the 2 years training. Back in Mbarara, I realized that, yes, we're teaching, but we're not doing an excellent job, because all you needed was a master's or PhD to become a faculty. And then you teach the way you are taught. And especially medical students, the way we are taught is not always the best way to learn. It's a little bit of harassment, embarrassment. People call it percussion. When they're asked, they say, you've been percussed. If you don't get things right, they say there is a dull note there. So all those things are not good. So what I did was, one, I got some colleagues to go and do the same program. I targeted nursing, somebody went from there, pharmacy, someone went from there, family medicine, and then medicine itself. Then using that team, we went back and revised the curriculum and made it almost like competency-based at that point. But also before that, our curriculum was term and not semester. And that was already a problem. So I revised the curriculum, and then I organized trainings in assessment, OSCE, OSLA, okay? Bedside teaching, and how do you treat students? Because I told people that a student now is going to be your colleague as soon as they finish the training. So you must be friends to your students. You must be mentors, okay? And not just supervisors. So using that, even COBAS, the community-based training, we made it competency-based. Before that, students would go to the community, talk to people, be given sugar cane and bananas, and they come back. But we're not very clear, what are those skills that students must learn when they are placed at the community, okay? So then we brought in the leadership skills, meaning that when the students go to the community, they must identify the challenges that the community goes through as far as health is concerned. They must prioritize what comes on top and focus on one challenge. And then they do root cause analysis. Why is that challenge there in the community? And then together with the community, they develop an action and actually implement that action. You see? So right now, I'm supervising 2 groups of students. One is dealing with CA cervix. In other words, much as the screening services are available, people do not uptake that service. The reason is why. So they found out the root cause analysis, they are going to do an intervention. The other group is looking at sickle cell disease, very prevalent in Rugazi, where the students are. Now, how do we prevent it? People should go for screening, right? And one of the problems they've identified is samples have been collected from the population, taken to Kampala, and I think Butabika. I don't know why, that's a psychiatric hospital. And then the results don't come. So if people who are intending to get married go to screen for sickle cell disease so that they can decide what to do, a year down the road, the results are not back. So what happens? So there are challenges there, okay? So in a nutshell, FIMA is a life-changing experience, and it did for me. I've never been the same again. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Samuel, for that experience. We'll turn back a little bit to Professor Sarah. What is that transformative experience? You always tell us a story that inspires us. In fact, well, that's why I'm a HEPI scholar and I'm doing my PhD in health professions education. So we would like to know, what was that turning moment, that transformative experience.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm a FEMA fellow. I'm proud to be a FEMA fellow. 2004, I obtained my training in Philadelphia. Before I went, I was a lecturer at Makerere University, and I always participated in teaching, in learning activities. Probably that's the reason why I was motivated to go to FEMA. And FEMA experience transformed me. I understood more about myself, what is covered, understanding your personality, conflict management style. I made friends, networks with educators in the whole world. I learned how to manage myself better, but also how to plan and implement and actually get results. And I always say that if you can imagine how I was 20 years back, can you? I could go, and even now, if you ask me, I can go through this room. If you asked me to do that, I can go through the room, through the wall to the other side. So that is how FEMA transforms people, by giving us the skills to prioritize, to plan, to implement, but most important, to know what we are doing when we are training our students, and to better know that we are doing this so that they can learn not to do things the usual way. So I think that is the transformative, the determination, understanding myself and understanding others a bit more. And this is a process. I cannot say that I have reached, but every day I try to do things better, but also to be better as a health professional educator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Sarah. I would like now to open up for any questions from the audience to the panelists. Anyone with a question, please raise your hand and you will have someone bring you a microphone. We have one hand here, one here, one here.
Yes, good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Ivan Joseph Mbuga, a third-year medicine and surgery student. I've loved the experience from our lecturers about health professions and training. Indeed, I'm also inspired. My question is, it is good, some of us, we are having this opportunity to attend the conference, other people are online, but is there any big strategy to see that more and more students come on board and benefit from this? Because even with the HEPI project, we can see that some more people are still yearning. So is there any way we are going to expand this, that more students will benefit from this? Thank you so much.
We have another hand here.
Thank you so much, our panelists. And I happen to be a SAFRI Fellow 2010. So I think Professor Maling, it was about 4 years after you had left. So this I know many people are interested in this particular institute, given the fact that yesterday it was launched in Uganda and it will be serving the entire East African region. So this goes to who will be the director for the institute down here. Who qualifies for this particular institute? And what are the opportunities available for these people who would want to join the institute? And when will those adverts come out so that people can know and maybe can let others know?
All right. Thank you. So I'll let the panelists handle the 2 questions and then we move on to the next. So first, Professor Sarah, the floor is yours. Who is eligible? When do we see the institute start and when do adverts go out?
So who is eligible? Anyone involved in training nurses, doctors, any health professions, but also those who support the training. I see my friend Godfrey Mayende here. He's from education, passionate about online learning. And I remember that when I was at FEMA, one of my colleagues, Jackie, from South Africa, is from education background. So it may not be only health workers, because we need to work with other stakeholders when we are working together. So long as you can contribute to the training of professionals, even if you don't work in a training institution. I see people here who work in hospitals. I see people who are involved in other ways. So you qualify. But you know, that's also a challenge because we are so many and the institute can only take 12 to 15 participants per intake per year. So we have a long way, but we need to start, and maybe later on in 20 years, we'll have this training even at country level. But people are involved from all the countries in Eastern Africa, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, DRC, Ethiopia, Djibouti. So the region is big, but it's a beginning. And I believe that when you start the journey, at least you're going to reach, it's better than when you sit. So we'll be there. Who is eligible? So any educator, junior, senior, name it. Because many of us have not been trained, have not been given the skills to do what we are supposed to do. We are not trained teachers. We are not trained educators. We don't know what a curriculum is. We don't know how to set the assessment. We do it. When I say we don't know, we know, but we can do a better job with training. So it can be someone junior, it can be someone senior, it can be a leader, it can be a professor like me, it can be someone who has just joined, because all of us can benefit from the skills and we can contribute in different ways when we come back. So we hope to start our institute, our training in August 2023. So very soon we shall have an advert announcing for this, and it will go wide. And maybe as I end, the students, how do you benefit? You benefit indirectly. You've talked about why you are here. You are here because the people who planned know that you are important. You are saying HEPI doesn't reach everyone, but at least there's the beginning. And we are continuously trying to improve how we are doing things, even if it may not be very visible. But people who are doing the cooking, they are doing everything, even if for us who are eating, we feel that they should have done more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Now to Professor Maling, just a question to ice the cake. what does it cost to participate in the East African FEMA Regional Institute as a fellow?
The good news is there's no tuition, which is normally a source of strikes among students. So you don't pay tuition, and the program is going to be fully online. So if your institution has internet, which is normally the case, so then you are able to participate in the year-free program if you are admitted. The face-to-face is very difficult now because of limited resources in our countries. But when there's an opportunity for a conference like this, then the fellows can come. The institution supporting them can easily afford at least a one-off expense, maybe to come for 3 days for a conference or whatever it is. Yeah, so I wanted to add on to what Professor Sarah has talked about, the benefit of year-free to the students. One of the things that we learned, or that I learned, was to be a good mentor, like I told you before. And if I'm a student and I'm looking for a career path and growth, and there's availability of mentors and mentorship, that is one of the things that you'll desire and should take advantage of. If we can provide structured mentorship and not just the informal one, which is happening now, it becomes formalized. Like I think Lira School of Nursing, they formalize their mentorship. And so every student is guaranteed good mentorship. So if we go along those lines, then you have people who can support you in your career growth. And that's a huge benefit for you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Rashmi V.S., you hinted something about student opportunities in FEMA. Please let our audience know, in reference to his question, what are those opportunities that FEMA has for students?
So before I answer that question, I just want to complete the answer about the cost. Just want to say that when FEMA starts these regional institutes, we have a sliding scale, and based on that, we provide some financial support to the regional institutes, which helps to take care of the tuition fees. But I would like to acknowledge that FEMA is able to provide that financial support for over 20 years to its regional institutes through the generous grant of its parent organization. I would like to acknowledge that, and thanks to that. Coming to the students, we do have a program in Africa for students. The institutes are for faculty, for those who teach students. And Dr. Chikuli has also explained how indirectly you will be helped through those programs. But directly, we have an interprofessional student exchange program, which is happening in Africa. And Faith Nawaji, our Africa representative, and Fiona, who's somewhere there, they do this program, and Faith leads the implementation of this program. It was part of the Global Exchange in Medicine program, the GEMEX program. We have Justin Sealing here and Faith, who are part of that program. GEMEX has integrated with FEMA, and now we are all under FEMA global programs. And I did meet some of the GEMEX beneficiary students today. I know some of you are here. So the program we have is the Interprofessional Student Exchange Program, where different schools in Africa, they can participate. This is in partnership with AfriHealth, and we have around 10 schools participating. So 5 students from each school, different professions. So that would be doctor, nurses, a mix of different professions. They choose to have an elective opportunity in another participating school. So this is being done virtually. The original plan was physical, but then pandemic came and we have, we pivoted to a virtual program. And there are 25 plus faculty who are involved in teaching this program. This is the third year we are doing this program in partnership with AfriHealth. This is through an NIH funding which AfriHealth has received. So yes, you're welcome to look at our websites and to know more about this opportunity. And you can directly contact Faith Nawaji, who leads the implementation of this program, if you have more questions about it.
All right. Thank you so much. I know we have an online presence, so the people online, please put your hand up or post your question in the chat. The IT team will be able to have it on, and then we have it projected to the panel. We had another hand up from this corner and one in the center. All right.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the session. My name is Godfrey Natseli. I'm the college president, the College of Health Sciences. I want to thank the panelists and the organizers for this conference. I attended the institution of the FEMA Institute yesterday, and it was a mind-blowing experience hearing about all of these things that are happening. And also, I thank you for inviting students here. I am really listening today. I'm taking down everything. And I wanted to ask about how best the student leadership at the different schools can be of help to this aspect in terms of FEMA and the health professions education. How best can student leaders participate in this? How best can they promote the idea among fellow students, and how best can we promote this around the country? Thank you.
Okay, so who would like to take a shot at that?
So yes, how can student leaders participate in FEMA? But the vision of FEMA is promoting medical education leadership, okay? And we know that our institutions, that's what they also do, they're training. So I think we can work together so that we can identify some activities. Sometimes it's difficult to place them. This is FEMA, this is, and as you know, there have been ongoing activities for the students, but we can work together to see what is important. I was talking to a friend I got yesterday. She's among you, about mentorship. And I was saying that, student mentorship, we can do a lot. And when Professor Maling was talking about what happens in Lira, having it formalized, I can dream 20 years back at College of Health Sciences, but we can still see what is it that is your need, where is it that we can work together so that we can improve your experiences, but by you supporting us with some of the projects for the people who will be the fellows, okay? So that whatever they do directly benefits you, and it should. You are the most important stakeholders in our institutions. So I think we can work together, and whatever we do, we can support and we can continue. We are talking about FEMA now, but I would like to stress that there are many things. Look at the vision of the college, look at the vision of HEPI and all our institutions. Yes, we can identify some things that we can do. The interprofessional education that she talked about, the exchanges. What is it that you can do better, even before you go to have it in other institutions? So what can we do? So I think talking with you and working together with you, we can identify something that could be one of the projects that can be taken up by the institution, and we can do it in the whole region. Can you see the multiplier effect? So that the improvement will not only be in Makere, Mbararam, Stema, but it will be in the village, and it starts with the engagement with the students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. And by that, you remind me of those days when I was still a student, and I used to attend the East African Health Professions Educators Association meeting. In fact, the first time it was developed and they invited students, man, I'm one of those kids who got on that bus to go to Nairobi. But then as a student, what did I experience and how did I continue to contribute? I think it gave me a platform to learn how to be innovative, how to address gaps, because at conferences and in such opportunities, you pretty much learn how you as a future, practitioner, as a future change agent, where are the gaps and how can I be able to innovate? To cut the long story short, that's how GMX Regional Elective Program was formed. That's how we developed IPE. That's how I serve my role today as the African representative for FEMA and ECFMG. And that's how I've been able to write quite a number of grants and be able to implement them. And that's how I'm doing my PhD in health professions education under the HEPI program. So what am I trying to say to the students? Keep yourself plugged, be willing to work and volunteer, but most importantly, take the skills, because it's what you need as a student to be given an opportunity to serve and learn, and so many of these things happen. So from the online audience, we have a comment, and I pretty think it's a good one from Pebalo, and he's like, oh, the information about the East African Regional Institute has come in time. I was planning to submit my application for the Egyptian Center, but thanks so much for the East African opportunity. Now that brings me to the question to Dr. Ron Blanc. Do we have a plan on creating some few institutes more in the region in Africa? And where are we in Africa now at the moment?
Thank you for the question. And we have many plans. We have to narrow them down because there is great need, and we have, of course, finite resources, but there is a strategy for identifying areas of the greatest need for more institutes. And we do plan on expanding and perhaps, in fact, we're working now, Dr. Rashmi is working on a plan to open another institute in Africa, and we're looking at other regions as well. But yes, we do want to expand because this is such a valuable program. And if I may divert from that question a moment and comment on some of the previous remarks that have been made, one of the real strengths, it seems to me, of the FAMER Institutes is the interdisciplinary nature of taking people from all disciplines, health educators, and having them work together. I'm fond of the statement that healthcare is a team sport. We don't do it by ourselves. Physicians must work with others in the health professional field, and we must educate in that way as well. So what FAMER does is, I think, bring all of those disciplines together in such a way that we are educating our students in ways to work together as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The other comment coming in online is beyond the institutes. What other health workforce, human resources for health programs are there from FEMA? I think that we can hear from Rashmi.
I'm just echoing what Dr. Blank just said. We have many plans for the beyond the institutes. We have an entire Africa Intel strategy through which the organization works in an integrated fashion to advance healthcare education and workforce development in Africa. A limited program, which we have already talked about, which is ongoing, is for the student exchange program in interprofessional education and practice. That's ongoing. We have new programs coming up. One is the accreditation training program. We recognize the value of accreditation, and more than that, we recognize the value that accreditation improves school systems. So the quality and standards of education, which will impact the quality and standards of the graduate. So that program is in the planning stage. We are doing our groundwork and homework for that. We are mapping out the state of accreditation in Africa right now, doing a needs assessment through surveys and interviews of medical schools and accrediting bodies in Africa to find out what are the training needs in the region. And this data and this information will inform us to design that training program. So stay tuned. We will be sharing, keep on looking at our websites. We will be sharing more about it. Another new program, which we are very super excited about, is the clinical, what we call the clinical exchanges. It's going to be a clinical exchanges for faculty, a faculty exchange program. We are going to pilot it in the discipline of ophthalmology. We did a needs assessment and identified various areas of need, and we prioritized and we said we'll pilot with ophthalmology this program. It will be a south to south exchange program. We are partnering with COEXA, the College of I have to get this right, the College of Ophthalmology of Eastern, Central, Southern Africa. So we are partnering with this wonderful organization and to develop this exchange program. But what will be beautiful is what we are going to do is we are going to leverage the strengths that are already existing in the regions. So we will connect where the need and the strengths together. In addition, we are also exploring partnerships with the American Academy of Ophthalmologists, and they are very willing to work and share their resources. They have a ton of resources. So we want to facilitate bringing the resources which are already there and linking them to those who go through this faculty exchange program. So that is in the planning stage. We hope to roll it out next year in 2024. We are working very hard to do that. And the last thing that is targeted to the institutes, targeted in Africa, which Dr. Blank already mentioned, is we are looking at the possible opportunities and possibilities of starting more regional institutes in Africa. We recognize that Africa is a big continent, and there is, it's vast, and there are, regions have their needs. And we are actually looking and counting on our FAMER fellows in Africa to make this happen. So it is you who we want to partner with to make this happen, increase the access of health professions education to all the regions in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that's all I have at the moment. We had a hand up from that table, the second table.
Thank you very much, the moderator. I'm by the name's Alex Mkembo, coming from World Vision in Uganda. My question goes to the panelists, and I'll quote one of the great professors in this country, that is Professor Maswa, that health is broken from home and community then repaired from facilities. How much have you engaged or brought on board organizations in the community, NGOs that are implementing health in this FEMA approach, given that the training of health personnel doesn't only occur in the health facility or in the training institute, but also when they are at the end of the day are channeled back to us in the implementers?
Thank you very much. I'll answer and then my colleagues will come in. Most of our institutions in Uganda, but also in the region, have a component of community-based education. Actually, for us, we call it COBAS, Community-Based Education, Research and Services. And the students go to the communities, different communities, stay in the communities for some time. And while they are there, they work with the families, they work with the leaders, but also the NGOs in the communities. I should say that, yes, we can do this better. We can do the engagement better, but there are efforts to engage the non-medical people in the communities in the development of our curricula and in the training of our students of all cadres. As I said, this can be done better. And many times we have a challenge with the regulators because for them, they want certain things. So when we say we want 25% of the students' time to be in the communities when they are engaging, sometimes we have a challenge. And at Makerere, that's where we were some years back. And some people thought that this was too much. The students are doing nothing in the community. But we must do this if the students are to understand what is there, but also work with the people who can promote the health of the populations with them. So I should say that we are there and we can do better. And we are glad that you are part of us here. So moving together, you are a strong stakeholder, and with others, we can actually improve whatever we are doing. And I think this is part of the vision of FEMA, community education, but also of our training institutions. Thank you.
Yeah, just something in addition. One of the skills the students acquire while working in the community is to analyze. They do stakeholder analysis and NGOs are part of that. And then how do you mobilize these stakeholders to work with you to solve the health challenge? So indeed, we work with the NGOs, but also sometimes on the other hand, some NGOs have given us money so that we can extend the voices of the students. So we also request that from you, that if you can help us train students better, very good.
Dr. Rashmi and Dr. Blanc, would you want to give a comment or we move on to the next question?
I apologize, but I couldn't hear the question well. So if you would be kind enough to repeat the question, I'll be happy to comment.
His question was, how are we involving the communities in our various initiatives and also the different stakeholders like NGOs from his organizations in line to the initiatives?
Oh, absolutely. Community involvement or advancing the health of community is our vision, as Dr. Chigoli just said. There are a variety of ways in which we do that. Right, it is inbuilt in the curriculum itself of the FEMA Institute, where community-based education is a very integral part. The second way is through the education innovation projects that the participants of FEMA Fellows do. Many of them are targeted in the community where they do projects with the students. And that's another opportunity for students. There were questions about that, where the participants of the program are doing education projects in the community with the students and with the community. Many of those projects have been actually training the community health workers to promote the health of the community based on whatever the needs are, or finding out problems in the community. I still remember one of the project was about, assessing just a simple thing, a hemoglobin level in pregnant women in a certain community, and then through a small grant, funding and providing them with what they need, iron and good diet, to improve the hemoglobin content. So there are a variety of things that are happening. So that's about community. The second is about partnering. We are all about partnerships. Everything we do is in partnership. We are a very small organization. So all the programs that I was talking about, each and every one are in partnerships with organizations here in Africa. And I'm sure if there are more opportunities for partnerships with other NGOs, we are always happy to talk about it and explore it.
If I may, and it's interesting, I was thinking of the answer that Rashmi just gave. That happened to me before too. I think it's my voice. Everything we do in FAMER is dependent upon partnerships. Everything we do is dependent upon partnerships. So yes, we are heavily involved in trying to involve all elements of the healthcare system, the community-based, the NGOs and so forth. And so it's who we are and it's what we do.
All right, thank you so much. We had a question from that table. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Okoed. I work for Action Against Hunger, which is an NGO. And we're also into health system strengthening. We're glad to participate here. Some of my questions have been answered, but I was just wondering how FEMA takes charge of quality control of the products that come out of the trainings. Because from the discussions, I've got to learn that a number of these trainings may be online. And we know the habits of people getting online, and sometimes they log in and disappear. How do we ensure quality of that? But just to add on a comment, what my colleague said there, I think the nature of education we have is that we've got to look for education. An institute is there and people apply and go there. But I think we need to look for those who need education, which has been discussed. For instance, you already mentioned about NGOs, but in terms of health, when you look at some institutions like factories, there are other organizations which may not be exactly in terms of NGOs, but have the capacity to offer us a population to interface with. Maybe we'll need to look at how do we tailor and get that as an opportunity, because health is for everyone. And a prepared population is safer when it comes to mitigating some health challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question. In line to how do we ensure active engagement through an online model of training, and how we ensuring the quality assurance. Dr. Rashmi Vyas, would you like to highlight how we do the virtual learning with a quality assurance perspective?
That question is very valid and genuine. But what I would like to start by saying is that there is a difference when the participants are faculty or health professional who are actively working in the field than a student who is doing a medical school or a nursing school or a laboratory technician school. One is, there is age, there is maturity. We say our target are mature learners. But more than that, those who apply in our program are those who want to advance health professions education, who believe in it. So they will not just disappear for the heck of it. If they have dropped off online, either it's because of internet connectivity or they have had a call, they are on call and a patient has come and they're serving the patient. Having said that, you're absolutely right. There are some measures we have to put in place because at the end of the day, a learner is a learner. So we do have criteria and directions, what is expected, what is not expected. But in these kind of programs, one has to be extremely flexible. We are not monitoring them. We are not saying you have to learn every ABC. It is not theoretical. Remember, they have to go and do a project by themselves. So if something is not in their learning or they have missed out, they come back because they have to do it. When you have to do something in the field, it's a different kind of learning. And that's what we offer. We offer experiential learning. We offer active learning, learning by doing. So we don't really have, I haven't had that problem, I'll be very honest. But we do understand the variability of internet connectivity. So we don't make it mandatory that everybody online has to have their cameras on or, has to have their videos on. We of course invite them, we welcome them because our essence is building a community and they want to be part of the community. So they come online as much as they can. If they cannot, we have backup supports for them to help them through this, to provide them the information they need to set them up for success, to do it in the field. They have to perform. It's not just listening to something and taking a written test or a viva voce. They have to perform, and that's a different stakeholder. So I'm very happy to say that in the FEMA programs, we don't really have to monitor. We do have to track students. They are online students. They are far away from us. We have a regular system of tracking communication inbuilt into it. We are there to support and help them. But here's the difference. We are not there to monitor and punish or discipline them. We are there to help and support them to complete the program and do their education innovation project successfully, but also set them up on a path that they continue this beyond the fellowship program. And you can see that around that. We have Dr. Sarah Chiguli here. Look at the work that she has done. Dr. Samuel Melling. Look at the work they have done beyond the fellowship. We don't monitor people like that. And there are so many other examples. So I think that's an advantage that we have of the learners who come to us want to make that change. So I hope that helps you.
All right. Prof, you have a remark.
Yeah, very, very short. A very good comment. And I believe, and many people believe, that online education is not the same as logging on Zoom and someone talks. And we shall have an interesting session, panel discussion this afternoon, so that if the learning is planned well and is implemented well and is beyond logging on Zoom and sleeping, then people will learn. But people have to participate actively. And if there's anything that we can pick from here, even from FEMA, that then our fellows will get the experiences to plan learning experiences for students that will keep them active, where the students will learn and love to go through the activities to be able to do something, not to pass an exam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one more last question online, and it's, how is the institute training different from the other accredited programs like the postgraduate diploma in medical education, the masters in medical education in the region?
Yes. How is it different? It's different, although the content, the areas are the same. Every program has its intended outcomes, what people should be able to do. It has different focus. They have different breadth, depth. So this FEMA program will be developed in line with the FEMA programs that are present, and we are guided by those programs. I know that we have graduate medical education programs which may be in the region, which might have different outcomes. We might have similarities somewhere, but also differences, but also the bodies that are giving them are different. And I should say that they complement each other. We'll be able to reach a wider audience, and some of these people may now even love to go and do bigger things in the area of health professions education, including the masters, including the PhD, but also do other things. I should say that I was a FEMA fellow 2004 to 2006. I did my master's in health professions education 2005 to 2007. And they complement each other. And there are some things that I learned from FEMA that helped me in my master's training, but also in my career. And there are some things that I learned in my master's program that also helped me. So not to replace, they can complement, but we hope to reach a bigger audience, and the expected outcomes, the competences may be slightly different. I think that's what I can say at the moment.
All right, then. Thank you so much.
Tuition. There's no tuition, and you can do this program in Djibouti, in Sudan. You don't need to apply to a university, but you apply through another system. Thank you.
All right. So with that said, we would like to now hear some final remarks from each of the panelists in line to this theme and roundtable discussion, and then we'll move on to the next conference agenda. So some final remarks from Dr. Blanc.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here to participate in this great conference. Partnerships is what we're all about. Doing the interprofessional education, melding medical care, psychology, nursing, pharmacy, all the rest is what we're all about. And as I said earlier, patient care is not a team sport, sorry. So is medical education. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
There is a great need around the world to advance the access to health professions education. And that is what FEMA is aiming to do, partner with all of you to bring access to health professions education. But hand in hand with that is the important component skill of leadership. You can lead the change and you can be the change. And the third essence to what we do is building the community of practice, building a global network of health professions educators who can really advance the field. And it goes back to the proverb I learned from my friends in Africa. If you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And that's what we want to do. We are trying to do, bringing the community of practice together to go far. Thank you.
I'm looking at people in this room and then the online audience. I'm really hoping and wishing that in the near future, you take up this opportunity to become health professionals, educators, so that we improve the training in our institutions and ultimately the health of our communities. So you're welcome to add on to the 2,000 FEMA fellows that are already in existence. You're welcome.
What can I say? This is a seed, this is a dream that a number of us had 18 years back. This is when we FEMA fellows in the region planned to have an East African FEMA Regional Institute. And it's a reality now. But at the moment, it is all of us in this region who make actually this dream a real reality, or realize and make us achieve what we had wished for. So the institute is here. We cannot manage me and Professor Maling as the directors, but we need to work together. We need to work together, all stakeholders, including our dear students, including the development partners that are here, including the NGO partners that are here, the people from the factories, everyone. We need to work together to make sure that this baby grows. I know that this baby might become dirty as they sell themselves, but I hope that we shall not throw our baby with the dirty water, the bathing water. So it's our baby, and I believe that working together, we shall make this dream and this baby grow. For the students in the 20 years to come, I don't think I'll be seated here, but you'll be here and you tell the world what Yafri has achieved and how you want it to move forward at that time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yeah. All right.
Thank you so much, the panelists, for sharing the experiences. And I guess the audience is contented, but of course there will be, you can grab a moment and ask those questions that have not been asked on one-on-one. So thank you so much. I think with that, when you look at the program, we are going to break for coffee. Evelyn, I don't know whether we are ready. Evelyn? I think we are ready. So I think with that, we are going to break off for tea. Okay. And Evelyn will communicate. Yeah? It is ready. Okay, you can proceed. So let's take about 20 minutes for the tea break. We have to be back by 11 for the official opening ceremony.
Hello, hello. Welcome back from the tea break. My name is Rhoda Wanyenze. I'm a professor in disease control and the Dean School of Public Health, Makerere. I hope colleagues online can hear me well as those in the room. It's such a great pleasure for me to be able to join you at this official opening ceremony for this very important meeting. I was able to join right from the start and was listening along the way. I was moving here, and I think it's such an exciting conference, looking at the lineup of issues for discussion, and very much appreciate Professor Chiguli and the team, as well as our partners, for making this possible. When I was listening online, some of the things that struck me and that I thought I should raise, perhaps to build on what has already been discussed, but also to appeal to us as individuals and as institutions to begin to reflect a bit more about advancing health educational, the education of health, professionals, as well as research. What does it really mean? Who is a health professional or a health worker in the world of today? I know we'll hear the keynotes and we have lots of guidance from WHO, but especially coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic, and seeing what happened to us, seeing what a focus on only the health sector or the medicalization of health can do to us, seeing how critical every sector and discipline was to the decisions we made, but also seeing just how severe the impact can have, not only on health, but on all the other sectors. Seeing what happened in terms of issues of gender, access to food, vulnerabilities out there, including people's businesses crumbling. And quite often we call these health determinants. That's what we call them. So I think if we don't begin to think and act more comprehensively, we have a lot of challenges. Because when we distort health determinants, then health will pay a big price, either immediately or in the long term. So when we think health professionals training, what do we really mean? Who is in the room? Who is involved? What competencies do we need today to be able to deal with the challenges of today and to harness the opportunities that we also have? COVID is one of them, but there are more outbreaks and pandemics perhaps yet to come. But now we have climate change. I'm sure some of you have seen the videos coming out of Katonga. People are taking a different route. The floods, a lot of issues happening. We've been talking antimicrobial resistance. It's not a medical issue. It's a broader issue. Conflicts and what they are doing to us in terms of health. And then thinking opportunities such as technology, what does that really mean for our training today? And who should be in the room if we are going to have a true transformation of health professionals training? Should we be sitting with someone with ICT to tell us how we can do better with our diagnostics or whatever it is as we think about transforming health professionals training? Let me just end by saying one quick issue before we go through this program, that everywhere I go these days, people are thinking, what lessons have we learned from COVID and other disasters in the recent past? And what does that mean in terms of how we are going to do business? We've been discussing this for health and moving towards healthier communities. And actually this afternoon, I'll be part of a panel where we are discussing the Sustainable Development Goals in a broader sense, but also centering health, not just looking at health determinants, but health as a determinant of development. So we need to be thinking differently. What does it really mean for health professionals training? What competencies do we need today? How should we actually develop these competencies? I heard you all talking about leadership, and I was so excited to hear that. Engaging communities and the people that we serve, that we often call beneficiaries, we call them patients, depending on where you're located. But these people can generate solutions to improve their health. They are part of the solution. They are not just beneficiaries. And how can we reorient our thinking to make sure that this happens? I thought, although I'm just supposed to chair, that I need to raise these issues, because sometimes I get excited when I hear about innovation and changes we need to make, but sometimes I feel the pain that we are not radical enough and that we are leaving some critical stakeholders out of the room when we think about transforming health professionals training and transforming health. So I really do hope that we can begin to think about those issues and give them sufficient prominence in this room. Then this session will hopefully give us some answers as we are going to hear from WHO, our chief guest, who is representing the WHO country representative. We have Sane Okarafo. I hope I didn't mispronounce that. Sane is the technical officer, health system strengthening at WHO in Uganda. And it's exciting to have you here, Sane, to represent WHO at this opening session. WHO is such a critical partner for us in Makerere, in the region, in Africa, and at the global level, as we think about transforming our thinking and actions towards healthier societies. So we are excited to have you. And let's warmly welcome Sane, our chief guest for today. We also have Dr. Nanyonga, who is known to all of us. We read about her and what she's doing. Dr. Nanyonga is the Vice Chancellor of Clark University. You're very welcome to this session. And then we have our very own Professor Sarah Chiguli, who is the PI of HEPI and also Director FEMA, East African. Did I say the right thing? FEMA, the East African FEMA Institute. Thanks a lot, Professor Chiguli, for all the hard work. Let's appreciate her too. It's nice to have her here at this session. When I was listening online, I could see the passion. I could feel it even at a distance when she speaks about health professionals education. So thank you very much. And in this session, we are making a few changes. We are going to start with Professor Chiguli to speak to us. And then we will hear from Dr. Nanyonga, and we will move to the chief guest to officially open and also give us the keynote. We will hear from the Vice Chancellor as and when he gets here. There was some urgent visit from some very important people. Our members of parliament were visiting Makerere from the Education Committee. And this came up not with a lot of notice for us. And so he's juggling quite a number of things. So he will come in later and we'll hear from him as and when he arrives, as well as the rest of the team. I was supposed to be there as well, but I thought I should be here and someone else should represent me. So please do bear with us for these abrupt changes to the opening ceremony. Otherwise, I would like to now welcome Professor Sarah Chiguli to speak to us before we move on to the next speaker. Professor Chiguli, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Wanyenze and the Mistress of Ceremonies at this opening ceremony. Our guest of honor, Stasani Okarafo, who is representing the WHO representative, Uganda. Dr. Rose Nanyonga, the Vice Chancellor, Clark International University, faculty and students from Makerere University who are here, the leadership and faculty of the HEPI partner institutions, members of the East African Health Professions Educators Association here and online, the leadership of FEMA who are here, our dear students present, distinguished delegates at this conference, ladies and gentlemen. Makerere University College of Health Sciences is privileged to host this Health Professions Education Conference together with the East African Health Professions Educators Association. And we are extremely honored to have you here. We are honored to have the World Health Organization country office represented here, the WR represented here by Sunny. And we are privileged to have the leadership of the HEPI institutions. I'll talk more about them and about HEPI because it has supported this conference. So Dr. Rose Nanyonga is the VC of Clark International University, a key partner in the HEPI project. And she's in front of you. You've seen her. I don't know who is here from Busitema University. Busitema is a key partner. I've seen Professor Ipoto here, but also some people from Busitema. Kabale University. Yes, Lydia is here. Kabale has exams. We didn't know that they would be having exams today. Bulago School of Nursing and Midwifery, and a CHEST, African Center for what? For Social and Economic Transformation. So these are the partner institutions in the HEPI project, and of course, Makerere University in Uganda. But we have two partners in the US, Yale University and Johns Hopkins University. So we are happy to have you here in person, but also online. The theme of the conference is Health Professions Education for Improved Health Outcomes And we thought that this is a very relevant theme to all of us, the stakeholders who desire to transform health professions education. And we have been challenged and encouraged by the remarks from our mistress of ceremony this morning, that we need to think broader, that we need to have more stakeholders on board if we are to truly transform health professions education. And we hope that with transforming health professions education, we can actually improve the health system, which is important for improved health outcomes at individual, family, community, and population levels. I'm grateful to the NIH, National Institutes of Health, through Fogarty, for funding the Health Professions Education Partnership Initiative in Uganda, which has supported this conference and other capacity building efforts for the project. And the people who are here, the stakeholders here, and those online, I believe that we share the same vision of working together and engaging all stakeholders to achieve our goal. The HEPI project aims to build capacity to deliver relevant and quality health professions education. And it also aims to build research capacity of both faculty and students. And one of the key areas is health professions education, but also engaging stakeholders to strengthen health professions education. So as we are here, I believe that moving forward, we can have more stakeholders. We can think of other things that we can do to strengthen health professions education. I hope that we shall be able to share freely in this conference. We shall be able to learn, and we shall start building, or we shall build a strong community of health professions educators during and after the conference. This conference comes a day after the launch of the East African FEMA Regional Institute. And I believe that whatever we discuss, whatever we do, whatever that institute will do, will build on the existing efforts in the region, in the country. And FEMA now becomes a key stakeholder. I hope that I'm grateful to all of you who are present here and online. I look forward to the keynote from WHO on this very relevant topic, since competence-based education is a key innovation in transforming health professions education. So we look forward to that keynote address, but also we look forward to working more closely with the WHO office in Uganda to strengthen whatever we are doing. I know that they have the technical expertise to support us. There are very many resources that they have. I'm not sure that we are fully utilizing the capacity present at our WHO office for pre-service, in-service training. So this is something that we should actually strengthen as we move forward. I also look forward to the keynote address on social accountability, on social accountability by Professor Iputo, because what Rhoda talked about falls into that, but also we shall get from him what more we should do. I look forward to the round table panel discussions, as well as the presentations and the discussions in the different areas of this conference. I would like to thank the members of the organizing committee for a job well done. I wish to request them to stand up for recognition. If I know they are here. Ian, Eva, thank you for a job well done. I wish all of you a fruitful deliberations as we build for the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sarah Chiguli. Another round of applause for her and for the rest of the team. We'll now hear from Dr. Nanyonga, Vice Chancellor, Clark University. Welcome, Doctor. Let's appreciate her.
Thank you very much, Professor Rhoda. The guest of honor, the leadership of the HEPI initiative, Professor Chiguri and your team, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm delighted to be here, and I would like to just ask the Clark International University team to stand up briefly. So I come with a group of faculty and students who have been part of this initiative for the last 5 years. Thank you very much. Professor Chiguli asked me to offer some remarks to briefly talk about the benefits of the collaboration, particularly when you take a smaller entity such as ours. Clark International University is very niched. We are 98% health professionals, training nurses, allied health professionals, public health. That's been our focus for the last 15 years. And we have a little over 1,000 students collectively. So compared to Makerere University, that's probably one class for you, Dr. Ian. So the partnerships between Makerere, Busutema, Kabale, Mulago School of Nursing, HEPI-SHSSU, and our international partners have been instrumental in strengthening the capacity of an organization such as ours to deliver much better on our initiatives to prepare health professionals for the country. And it couldn't have been at a better time. I know that COVID is probably the worst thing that has happened, at least in our generation. But being part of this initiative allowed Clark International University to foster continuity during a time when all universities were shut down. We ended up being among the few universities in Uganda that were approved to actually continue delivering education online. And there were a lot of lessons learned. And in particular, it was important that we leverage not just our internal learned experiences, but to borrow practices from entities such as Makerere University that had been running online learning for health professional education for quite some time. So fostering continuity became really important. One of the other things that we've realized in the last 5 years as being part of this program is that we've been able to focus, we've been intentional to create enabling cultures for discovery and inquiry and improve our research capacity. I want to tell you, Professor Chiguli, I haven't told you this, but we have over 18 people who are on a PhD track, all of whom having started in the last 4 years, just because this has been a dialogue, challenging faculty, challenging students, inspiring people. And some of those folks who are now on the PhD track are the ones in the room who are attending this conference today. So it would be good to explore and expand the support that entities such as ours can get to support those faculty to continue to pursue their dreams beyond the current funding of HEPI. We've been able to leverage good practices for improvement at the institutional level. We recently just came back from Busitema University. We sent a benchmarking team there to learn a little bit about SIM for Life. And, you know, in the past, I think entities, institutions of higher education operated in isolation. We didn't see the need to really tap into, you know, the resources of other institutions. I think that COVID has taught us we need to do better. And this program is a really good example of how well we can do that and how we can expand opportunities to institutions that have been outside of this initiative. We also were able to increase our research publications. Faculty from Makerere, faculty from Busitema, working together in a sandwiched approach to mentor other people, to encourage other people to write. I remember in the first year of HEPI, Dr. Ian Munabi and his team came to Clark International University, and they basically were just talking about publication, publication, publication. Now we are a very strong institution in terms of teaching and learning, but we are quite small. And, you know, we didn't have the capacity to compete for grants. And one of the things that we learned earlier on is that you don't have to have a lot of money to actually work with what you have. So look at some of the best dissertations that you have in the organization and work on those to improve your publications. And we really have been able to do that, meeting our quota for publications and so on. So I could go on and on about the synergies that have been realized as a result of this initiative. I hope that we are able to take all of that and create more opportunities, and that we won't lose the relationships after the funding is over. So thank you so very much for the platform, for the opportunity, for the inclusive nature of the program. And I hope that other countries can borrow from some of these learned lessons so that we can do better, not just as a country, but also as a region. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nanyonga, for those excellent remarks. And the partnership must continue. Yes, we should sustain that, and it shouldn't be driven by money. So we are now going to hear from our chief guest, who is representing the WHO country office in Uganda. Sane is going to speak to us, officially open this conference, and he will also give us a keynote. You're very welcome, Sane. Let's appreciate Sane as he comes to speak to us. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, renowned Professor Rhoda. She's very modest, but she's very much respected. Please appreciate her. There are some slides. Do you want to put them up? Whilst they are putting up the slides, first, it's a pleasure to represent the WHO representative in Uganda, Dr. Jonas. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, but he asked that I do represent him. I hope I do justice, because I can hear that everybody wants to hear, has expectations. I hope I meet that. It's also a pleasure to meet the FIMA team. I know they were shocked when they heard the name. I've been speaking with them during my stint in the regional office of WHO 2 years ago. I've been in Uganda for 1 year, 18 months-ish, and so they didn't know. So it was fun to see the shock on their faces. Okay. The address I'll be presenting is that of Dr. Jonas, who asks that I represent him, but the voice is mine. So please cope with that as much as possible. And like you said, I should open the conference. Okay, that's an additional responsibility. I hope I also do justice to that. The Vice Chancellor of Makerere University, the Vice Chancellor of Clark International University, distinguished professors here present, health professional educators, my fellow students, because I'm also a student. I'm currently on my second PhD program, so I'm also a student myself. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, WHO is gradually becoming a faculty. Most of people who work there have PhDs and numerous masters. So that when we talk about evidence, you understand that there is some form of rigor that has gone into the process. First, I like to take the pleasure to thank the College of Health Sciences, School of Medicine, Makerere University, for inviting WHO to deliver the keynote address at this joint annual health education scientific conference. In terms of this address, the outline will be thus. In the course of the address, I will share insights on why the health workforce is a key enabler for achieving the health-related sustainable development goals, considering their role in ensuring health and well-being of the population, and how competency-based education is the foundation of training of health workers to address contemporary health needs of populations. I'll also provide insights on the discourse on competency-based education in recent years and how the global competency and outcomes framework for universal health coverage was birthed in 2022. Lastly, I'll provide an overview of the framework, including the goal and the domains, and I'll conclude by addressing how we can leverage on the opportunities that comes from it in improving health professions education in Uganda. The health workforce is an enabler for achieving health-related sustainable development goals. Achieving this requires concerted efforts at various levels. There are several health system inputs, but the health workforce is one of the very vital components in achieving this. And this requires that the health workforce is equipped to provide a full range of essential health services as had been clearly outlined at different levels, be it at the national level or at subnational level and also at global level. Now, this means that a health workforce with education, support, and supervision to provide people-centered and integrated health services is vital in all we do in the health sector. Because of the importance of the health workforce, the global strategy for human resources for health, Workforce 2030, was developed to guide actions to accelerate progress towards achieving universal health coverage and the Sustainable Development Goals. This global strategy highlights 4 strategic objectives and a full range of policy options to address the health workforce challenges to ensure progress towards UHC, and it was endorsed in the 69th World Health Assembly that was held in May 2016. And to also highlight, like you can see, the health workforce contributes to 9 Sustainable Development Goals directly, which further highlights its importance. Now, competency-based education is the foundation for training health workers to address population needs. with competencies being a person's ability to integrate knowledge, skills, and attitudes that are demonstrated through behaviors in the performance of texts in a particular context. Competency-based education is the most effective approach to ensuring preparedness for practice. Amidst the response to and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, the Ebola emergency, as well as other public health emergencies, countries have an opportunity to invest in strengthening competency-based health worker education that will bring dividends in health, jobs, global health security, economic opportunity, and gender equity. In 1978, WHO made the first proposal on the importance of outcomes-based health worker education that is organized according to work functions. Since the 1990s, several competency frameworks and competency-based curricular guides have been developed by different stakeholders using different approaches. This enabled many health worker education programs to integrate competency-based curricular approach with an increasing emphasis on both the behavioral and the functional outcomes. Competency-based education is widely acknowledged as the benchmark for transforming education and training of the health workforce geared towards improved population health outcomes. The potential of competency-based education to improve health of the community can only be realized if context-specific health issues are used to determine the desired outcomes. However, competency-based education frameworks developed earlier had differences in conceptualization, in detail, and used a range of terminologies which resulted in ambiguity and inconsistency in implementation. This in turn limited the achievement of the full potential of competency-based education. In some countries, there are still concerns about the big and ever-growing disparity in the mismatch between education strategies and education curricula and the population health needs. Outdated training programs that remain focused on acquisition rather than application of knowledge and the use of static curricula continue to produce health workers with very large competency gaps. Furthermore, the continued disparities in healthcare access in many countries with competency-based education models indicates that such models cannot in themselves ensure that the population needs are addressed. These concerns prompted WHO to develop the Global Competency and Outcomes Framework for Universal Health Coverage in 2022. This framework was developed in a very participatory manner by members of education working groups, members of the Global Health Workforce Network Education Hub, the WHO collaborating institutions, stakeholder organizations, individual educators, practitioners, regulators, students, and WHO staff, with oversight being provided by the Health Workforce Department of WHO in Geneva. This framework responded to the concerns raised about the other competency-based models by firstly, providing clarity on the terms and concepts in competency-based education to avoid ambiguity and outlining a common approach to developing competency-based curricula organized according to the core functions of health practice and integrating, this is very much highlighted, behaviors as performance standards. Facilitating education, secondly, this framework responded to concerns by facilitating educationists to identify competencies and their component behaviors that best enable health workers to contribute to progress towards achieving UHC. And thirdly, this framework contributed to addressing concerns around by supporting development of competency-based curricula illustrated for health workers in a pre-service training pathway of 12 to 48 months, practicing within a system of supervision, support, referral, and through a framework of activities of health practice and practice activities. What is the goal of this framework? Its goal is to advance improvements in health and progress towards UHC through aligning health worker education approaches with population health needs and health system demands. The objective is to provide guidance for the specification of pre-service and in-service competency-based education outcomes for health workers, which in turn informs the development of relevant curricula, learning activities, and assessment approaches. This framework focuses on the role of education and training of health workers to equip them with the competencies, knowledge, skills, and most importantly, attitudes to provide quality healthcare that is effective, efficient, equitable, inclusive, integrated, people-centered, safe, timely, and when working within a system of strong support by senior members, as well as supervision and appropriate resources. Furthermore, some of the often overlooked outcomes that underpin the provision of individual health services, such as the collaborative practice and respectful care, are also incorporated in this framework. Emphasis within the framework was put on the need to prepare health workers for the teams and settings in which they will practice, the individuals that they will see with a view to providing person-centered care, and the population health services they may provide, including emergency preparedness and response and related management and organizational activities. An overview of the competencies shows that there are 24 interrelated and interdependent competencies and behaviors that are organized into 6 domains, which you can see. I will not go into each of the competencies and domains. I will just provide an oversight of a quick summary of each of these domains. So the first domain is on people-centeredness. And this focuses on competencies related to the provision of health services that incorporate perspectives of individuals, caregivers, families, and communities as participants in and beneficiaries of health systems. Domain 2 is decision-making. And in this place, it focuses on the competencies related to the approach to decision-making within health service organization, including taking into account adaptive, collaborative, and rigorous approaches to decision-making and systems approach as well to decision-making. The third domain on communication focuses on competencies related to effective communication, including proactively managing interaction with others, adapting communication to the goals, needs, urgency, and sensitivity that it requires, as well as managing information and sharing documentations as needed. The fourth domain is on collaboration, and this highlights the competencies related to practice philosophy of teams, including engaging collaboratively amongst professional cadres and amongst various teams, team building, and building trusting partnerships. The fifth domain is on evidence-informed practice. And in this domain, there is It emphasizes the importance of generating contextual evidence and information and integrating this evidence into practice, including applying the principles of evidence-informed practice, assessing data, information exchange, and promoting and contributing to a culture of safety and continuous quality improvement. The sixth domain, which is the last domain, is on personal conduct, and it focuses on competencies related to self-governed behaviors, including working within the limits of competence and scope of practice, and demonstrating high standards of ethical conduct whilst engaging in lifelong learning and reflective practice. What are the opportunities for enhancing health professions education in Uganda? Ladies and gentlemen, the WHO Global Competency and Outcomes Framework for UHC offers multiple opportunities for enhancing health professions education if implemented appropriately. The enhancement of health professions education lies in allowing a comprehensive and more cohesive approach to identifying the needed competencies that enable effective performance. This enables health workers to gain competencies that are demanded and needed by employers in the public and private sector. In enhancing health professions education in Uganda, this framework offers an opportunity to ensure that competency-based curricula based on competency-based outcomes are developed based on the National Essential Service Package, legislations, policies, regulations, and guidelines on service delivery and health worker practice, occupational role, scopes of practice of different health worker categories, the local epidemiology, including mortality and morbidity, and emergency risk assessments from all hazard risk assessments. This will ultimately ensure that health workers that are produced in Uganda can be trained using curricula that is rooted in health and health system needs towards improving individual and population health, as well as ensuring efficient management and organization of the health sector. As I conclude, I wish to highlight that the framework contributes to achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 3, which is healthy lives and promoting well-being of all at all ages, for all at all ages, and builds on the agenda of SDG 4 for inclusive and quality education. This framework offers an opportunity to invest in strengthening competency-based health education that ensures preparedness for practice, brings dividends to health, jobs, global health security, economic opportunity, and gender equity. Based on the aforementioned, I implore health professional educators and health training institutions to embrace this framework, as well it will ensure that health workers produced in Uganda have the competencies and behaviors to meet the Uganda's health and population needs in the development and emergency context, especially taking into account the emergency risk threshold of Uganda. This will ultimately improve the health and well-being of Ugandans and ensure that Uganda achieves its national development and health sector goals. In closing this address, I now take the pleasure of sincerely appreciating the organizers of this scientific conference and wish you great success as you deliberate on the pertinent issues regarding health professions education. And I officially open the workshop, the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another round of applause. I think this is just the beginning of engaging with this framework. I was whispering to Professor Sarah Chiguli that we see so much that we need to adapt that is so important. And I was just thinking, we are just reviewing our curricula in my school, and I think we need to look at this. So thank you so much for sharing this with us. And we are certainly going to engage with it, and I hope we can call upon you when we need to discuss it further. We really do appreciate this. So thank you so much, everyone that's been part of this opening session. I will now ask Professor Chiguli to give us guidance or anyone she designates on what comes after this opening session. Otherwise, thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this. And I will take back the message. We need more public health people in this room and in the next conference as well. Professor Sarah Chiguli.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, the WHO representative, for that wonderful address. I think that program says that we have a session before lunch, but I request that we have our photos now. We take 10 minutes to have the photos outside, and then we'll come back for the next session. I would like to thank Professor Wanyeze for chairing this session and also for the challenge. And working together, I think we'll be able to do what we can do as stakeholders. So thank you. So let's go outside for group photo. The Vice Chancellor has come, please. A minute. My eyes are partially dead. We welcome the Vice Chancellor of Makerere University. We welcome the VC. We are actually very delighted that I think he wants to join, if that's fine, but I thought that he would. But let's let him join us. Let's join him for the group photo. Then we'll come back for his address and we'll move to the next session. We're actually honored to have the VC. I know the program we had this morning. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So we shall be having different group photos. I will start with the famous, as we head outside. Yes, kindly as we step outside. So we shall have three photos with us. The VC appears in all of them. The FEMA team appears in all of them, and the WHO representative
online
will appear
will
in
come
all
back
of
after
three.
10 minutes.
Let's step outside, please. Yes, let's step out. Tufulumeko wabweru tushohora heru.
Hello, hello. Welcome back from the pictures. Let's settle back and listen to our Vice Chancellor. If we can take the seats and listen to the Vice Chancellor before we get into the next session, please. Those who are still out, you'll have another opportunity to speak and network. Otherwise, I would like to very much appreciate our Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, for prioritizing this meeting and coming to speak to us at the opening ceremony of this conference for health professions education for improved health outcomes. Professor Nawangwe, we don't take this for granted. I had already told the team that you have a lot of critical engagements and that whenever you come, you'll be able to speak to us. And we've just gone through a keynote from the WHO representative talking to us and sharing a new framework with competencies for training of health professionals. Very timely for us to be able to adopt some of the key issues. Very nice framework. And we are going to engage with it further as we move forward. I thought I should give you just a few highlights of what we've been going through before you come to speak to us. And we've also just heard from Dr. Nanyonga from Clark University. It's okay. We've just heard from the Vice Chancellor of Clark University as well on the benefits and synergies of the collaboration between Makerere University and Clark University. So this is a great opportunity for us to also engage with colleagues from other universities in Uganda. And we started off with a panel discussion where some of them participated in the engagement. We are looking forward to learning from one another so that we can improve the training, the learning of health professionals across all universities in Uganda that are represented in this conference. So these are the few highlights. Professor Nawangwe, you're very welcome. And we're looking forward to listening to you. Let's appreciate VC as he comes to speak to us. Would you like to speak from there or will you? Okay. You're very welcome, Professor. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Wanyenze. The WHO representative in Uganda who is represented here, the principal, the deans, and the senior faculty of the Makerere University and the other institutions, leadership of the faculty of HEPI partner institutions, members of the executive committee of the Eastern Africa Health Professions Educators Association, distinguished delegates, especially those attending this conference virtually from Sub-Saharan Africa and the rest of the world, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to officiate at this second conference of the Eastern Africa Health Professionals Educators Association and the Health Professions Partnership Initiative Project, Uganda, that the College of Health Sciences, Makerere University, is privileged to host, to co-host. I commend the principal of the College of Health Sciences and the organizing committee in Uganda, as well as the HEPI-SHSSU Executive Committee for the invitation and organization of this event. Distinguished delegates, the theme of this conference is Health Professions Education for Improved Health Outcomes, which is very relevant both locally and globally in the post-COVID-19 era. Amidst growing health challenges due to non-communicable diseases, infectious diseases, new and re-emerging diseases, climate change, and others. This calls for transformation of health professions education that should translate into increased numbers and quality of doctors, nurses, dentists, pharmacists, and other allied health workers, which is important for positive health outcomes. Health ensures productivity for the individual, community, populations, and ensures socio-economic transformation. There is a gap in the system for training and education of health professionals locally and globally. I would like to highlight some of the causes of this gap. And maybe before that, I would like to say that this is real because I've been following the debates on TV where some of the health professionals here are undertaking industrial action. And one of them has been emphasizing that the ratio of doctors to the population in Uganda is very low. And hence they need to handle them carefully. That's what he was saying. The inequality in admission criteria of students in health professions institutions is one of them. Second is inappropriate curricula used for training of students that many times don't address the health needs of the population. The appropriate methods of training and education and assessment of students that do not support students' learning. Inadequate learning environments in terms of place, space, structure, equipment, and other learning resources. The inadequate numbers and the competence of the faculty or health professions, educators in promoting student learning, inadequate opportunities for continuous professional development of the faculty. Inadequate health assurance and education coordination systems in our institutions. The increasing numbers of institutions in the region, which makes it difficult to standardize education and the training of these professionals and ensure quality across institutions and countries, among many others. The very large number of students admitted into our institutions and the challenge or lack of implementing competence-based education. It is therefore a challenge for all health training institutions to come up with appropriate innovative methods of training and education of current and future health professionals. Universities and other institutions, governments, development partners, communities, and all the other stakeholders should come up with policies and strategies that will lead to equity in admission of students to health professionals programs, as well as improved quality and numbers of graduates from these programs. But I must add that at Makerere University, I believe that the facilities which are being used are definitely much better than what was there before. But the issue is the numbers of the people who have to be trained with the same facilities. In addition, there should be recruitment of adequate numbers of well-qualified and highly motivated staff who should be developed in knowledge and other competence skills of education and training of health professionals. Retention of faculty is another very important issue. We must address through improvement of terms and conditions of service, enhancement of their working environment, and supporting faculty to develop and progress in their careers. Of course, for us at Makerere University, the major issue is the competition for the human resource that is available from the other institutions. We need to increase the numbers of quality health workers at all levels of the healthcare system and train cadres that will serve the most vulnerable populations in our communities. Furthermore, the training of future health workers should be relevant to the population that it will serve, which is social accountability. Faculty should be encouraged to do research in the field of health profession education that will provide evidence for innovations that work in our region. I must emphasize the importance of involving all stakeholders in strengthening systems for education and health professionals. I wish to congratulate the College of Health Sciences, Makerere University, for working with partners and stakeholders to rethinking and transforming training of health professionals in Uganda. I note from your busy program that delegates will be deliberating on a wide range of topical issues, including competency-based education, mentorship, quality assurance, online learning, and other innovations in the HIPE, among others. I believe that the deliberations will come up with resolutions that will be moved in the field of health professions education forward and lead to improvements in each of the individual and the institutions present. We should not forget to work with the ministries of health and education, as well as other stakeholders, including political leaders, development partners, and the community in the government to enhance these ongoing efforts. I should say, I think much as we all appreciate the importance of health, because we all know that a healthy nation is a prosperous nation. Probably, I don't know whether it is the health professionals themselves who undertake these studies, but we should evaluate the contribution of health workers to the economy of the country, because now it is seen like a social provision. But have we ever thought about the effect of not having these health workers? Can we evaluate that? Probably then the other decision makers might understand better why it is important to support health education and also to help support the health services. What is the cost to the country, for example, if we do not produce doctors for 2 years? What happens in the rest of the economy? Somebody needs to evaluate that. In conclusion, allow me to thank all those who have contributed to the organization, funding, and administration of this conference, which I trust will be very successful in achieving its objectives. Special thanks to all the keynote speakers, partner institutions represented, and the National Institute of Health, USA, who have funded this conference through the HEPI project. I feel greatly honored to have been associated with this conference and look forward to working with you to make sure that we make a difference. I look forward to listening to the keynote address by the, I think I came late, it was already done. But for the recording, let me say, I do still look forward. I will read what the WHO presented. I cannot overemphasize the importance of proper health education for our country and for our region. And I call upon all the institutions that are doing this to make sure that our training remains at international standards. I wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor of Makerere, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. And thank you for allowing us to finalize this before we move to the next session. And I will request Professor Sarah Chiguli after this to guide us in terms of what next, since we are done with the pictures and this session is finally over. Otherwise, let's appreciate everyone that's been part of the official opening. Our representative from WHO, the Vice Chancellor Makerere, the Vice Chancellor of Clark University, as well as the HEPI-PI, our very own Professor Sarah Chiguli. Thank you for the opportunity to moderate this session.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much for that previous session. So the next session that we are going to have is a panel discussion on competence-based education in health professions institution, experiences, challenges, and opportunity. So I'm going to request the panelists to come up and take your seats. Can we have Dr. Margaret Kavanga, Dr. Roy, please take your position. The Dean, Professor Annette, she's not here, but we can have Associate Professor Dr. Sam Maling. He has yes, and since we have the Dean, Busitema, please also you can join us. So the person going to moderate this session is Professor Chiguli.
Okay, thank you very much. We need someone from Clark International University to come here. Helen. Where is Helen? Thank you very much. We also need, if there is, I saw someone from Zambia or from Mango School of Nursing. Yes, Sister, you're welcome. Thank you. And also from Mango. Mango, do we have Mango School of Nursing? Okay, you're welcome. Sorry, I've hijacked a few people so that we can move on. So the session is about competence-based education. And we've heard from the keynote address the importance of competence-based education. So this is the panel discussion that will be discussing the current situation, what is happening, how are we doing, the challenges and the opportunities for implementing competence-based education in the training of health professions. The panelists may be I'll kindly request that you introduce, I should have done that, but introduce yourself briefly and the institution as we move on. Who do we have? Yes.
Good morning, everybody, and you're most welcome. Everybody, and most welcome. My name is Professor Julius Wandabwa. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Health Sciences, Ustema University, Mbale campus. I'm happy to be here. Good morning, colleagues. Roy Mobuke from Makerere University College of Health Sciences. I'm happy to see all of you. Thank you.
My name's Mire Margaret Kabanga, PhD. I'm a nurse practitioner. I'm a health professional educator, and I'm happy to be with you here today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Helen Mukakalisa Kataratambi. I'm the Executive Secretary of Uganda Nurses and Midwives Examinations Board. And thank you, Professor, for inviting me.
Good morning, everybody. I'm humbled to be here. I'm Sister Judith Kadu, Principal, Zambia Hospital Training School. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Mwangu's Esther from Mengo School of Nursing and Midwifery. I'm glad to meet you today.
So we have a strong team, and as you heard, they are educators, they are practitioners, and they come from a number of nursing institutions and medical schools. So, and I'll be asking you a number of questions as we go along, and I hope that we'll be able to keep within time. So I'll start with Dr. Mubuke. If you can tell us in your own words and understanding what competence-based education is. Competence-based education.
Thank you very much, Professor Chiguri. It's good this session comes after the address by the WHO representative. And pretty most of what I wanted to say was in that presentation. But in simple terms, and what all of us perhaps already know and remind ourselves, competence-based education is an outcomes-based approach to teaching and learning of our learners that is geared towards achieving predefined competencies or outcomes or attributes. You can call them attributes that we desire our learners to have at the end of their instruction. So the key driving point are the competencies, the attributes in both knowledge, skills, and behaviors, like we had, that would like a graduate to have at the end of their training. So that's the competencies that drive the rest of the activities that we do during our training. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And Dr. Wandabwa, what is happening at Ustema regarding, oh, I know you've been to a number of institutions. What is the situation? How do we train our health workers? How do we employ competence-based education? Or do we even employ competence-based education? What is the situation?
Thank you very much for that question. We in Busitama University, we are implementing the competence-based curriculum. And we hope that our learners, when they leave the faculty, they are able to do the things that we have told them to do and what they have achieved in the medical school. I know that in the clinical years, we insist that the student gain certain competences before they leave the university. And these competences should be able to address the demands of the people they are going to serve. And we are implementing this. Of course, that for us to know whether we are actually achieving what the competence-based curriculum is supposed to, we are supposed to follow, is that we must also ask the service provider, the supervisors, and the students from the universities having the competence that you expect them to have. We have done some surveys and actually have indicated to us that the students who leave our university have these competencies. Yeah, of course, there are challenges in implementing this, but we think that all in all, we are actually implementing this curriculum. And the best person to judge whether we are implementing this curriculum, one, is the person who's going to be attended to. Two, are the supervisors who supervise these students, our graduates, whether they have these competencies. And four, the community, are they happy that there's people, our graduates that we have, that they have these competencies, that when they go to them, they are able to demonstrate these competencies and solve their problems. We as an institution, we are trying our best to ensure that the lecturers and all people who are participating in this training of the students ensure that the students gain the competencies in every aspect that they come in contact with, so that they are able to serve the community. I submit.
Okay, thank you very much. We have been assured that Busitama tries that the students have the competencies. We are going to hear from our sisters from the nursing education, but I would like to remember what the keynote, the person who gave the keynote address say, that these people should be able to apply the competencies. And sometimes we focus, do they have, but are they applying actually as they are training? But we shall see. So Mrs. Kabanga, you've been a leader in nursing education for a long time. So what is happening in nursing education and competence-based education?
Thank you very much. I'll share the experience because I was there when we were using the traditional based curricula, which is teacher-centered. Hopefully, people who are here know what teacher-centered teaching approaches are. This is where these curriculums, learners depend on the knowledge of the teacher. So, with that, situation is changed as things change to them, and the competency-based training was introduced. And what is competency-based training? A lot has been explained about it, but this was the effort to ensure that learners now focus on attaining outcomes through application of skills. And what situation is that? Here in the training institutions of ours, and the current situation is very, very difficult, because when we had competency-based training approaches introduced, they met with a lot of challenges. And these challenges now which came up could not address the needs of competency based training requirements. So studies have been taken on the ground, among which my study, and we found out that the content taught is appropriate. And where is the problem? The problem is the implementation of competence-based training in our training institutions. And why is that? This is because studies found out that the implementation process met with shortages of teachers in schools, and these implementation processes found out that the numbers of students overpassed the trainers. I'm hopeful that those people on the ground can tell us what is there. And with that, the students in clinical area, competence-based training emphasizes acquiring skills from the clinical practices. But what happens? Studies say that the preceptors, whom we call at times mentors, say they don't know how to teach our students when they are taken to the clinical practice because they are not trained teachers. And what else? And they say the attitudes of the students are very poor. They no longer listen to them. They call them old-fashioned. And then what comes up, students side say, no, it is the preceptors who don't like us. And the conditions of practice are really bad. How? Overcrowding of students. We rarely get time to do the learning from clinical practice other than helping the situation which is overwhelming on the clinical practice. So you can see what is on the ground, my dears. Okay. And from that, where do we have the opportunities? I'm sure we have the opportunities. The Ministry of
maybe we'll look at the opportunities later on.
Okay.
Let's hear, before I go to Helen, let's hear from Musambia. What specific things should these students be able to do before they leave the institution? By the way, do you also apply competence-based education, and what are the challenges? Then from there, we'll hear from Meng.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, we apply competence-based education in the training school. As the previous speakers have said, we are no longer in the olden, the curriculum of old. We are now student-centered, and we encourage the students to research, find out their own work, then present. And for us at classroom level, we give a very small percentage. Most of it is for the students. When a student is fully involved in his or her studies, we can do better than me pumping in knowledge, the student. Then we also encourage practicum. We take them for practicum. But before we take them for practicum, we emphasize soft skills. You cannot learn anything from practicum when you don't have soft skills. In the practicums where we take them in the rural hospitals, health centers, and even the urban, to test, give a feel. When I qualify, where will I work? Will I be able to go to the deep village, hard to reach? Or I'm the person who wants to work only in town. So we instill that in them. And as Dr. Kabanga said, we still have a problem when they go for practicum.
for us in our days, the mentors would find there would be fully in charge and would not ask for a penny. But these days, the mentors on the ward need to be paid heavily so as to teach the students. So that is a very big challenge. I submit. Okay, thank you very much. So we can see that, yes, we have the curricula, talks about competence-based education, but we have many challenges. So the question is, are we really implementing competence-based education? For nursing education, we have the same curriculum. So I think that is a good thing that they are there. We talk about soft skills. Maybe I'll ask what are these soft skills, but maybe later on. Practicum in the rural areas, who is supposed to train these students when they are there? And the people who are supposed to train, do they have the skills to train these students? Do we trust that they are able to teach these people how to do things, how to apply the knowledge? These are my questions. Sister, you don't have to respond, but then we shall hear from Mengo what is happening.
Thank you very much. We also embraced competence-based training as the curriculum stipulated it. But what we are doing at first is to ensure that we have a learning environment that is favoring the students to acquire the skills that are required to carry out their course. Secondly, we ensure that we have enough human resource who are qualified so that they can be able to pass on the skills that we acquired in the right way. But we also encourage continuous supervision as the students are for their clinical practicum. And some of the things that are in place right now at our place is to ensure that there is increased practicum sites to capture all the students who are being trained in our institution. Although we are still having some challenges that we encounter as we are carrying out competence-based, as the previous speakers already said, when you send the students to the clinical area, then the attitude offends us, both of us, the school team and the clinical area people. And even the students themselves, the attitude is completely different from what we had before. So we are still fighting it to ensure that these people can do the work as expected to be done. Then another thing that helps us to do it is to observe continuous assessment, because data assessment can help us to tame a student to do what she's expected to do. But as they said that numbers are challenging us, we need to look at such an issue so that we can fit in the education system. Submit.
Thank you very much. So we've heard from the trainers, from the institution, what is happening. In spirit, we are implementing competence-based education. We seem to have a number of challenges. I welcome some comments, some additions, and also if you want to ask questions to any of these panelists. But before that, Ms. Mukakarisa from the examination board, how do we assess these students? Do we really think that the competences that they learn are actually taught?
Thank you very much, Professor. That's a very good question. As for assessment, first of all, we start off when the students report in these schools, they give us the list of students so that we give them index numbers, which are nurses' identification numbers, so that when it comes for time for examination, we do not examine somebody whom we have not given an SIN number. Then, following that, we accredit these schools. We have about 128 nursing schools in the country, both public and faith-based and private for profit. So first of all, we go to accredit these institutions to see whether they are capable of holding examinations in the center. And there are a lot of things we look at. For example, we look at the skills lab. Is it well equipped? We look at the computer lab. We look at the examination room where we are going to conduct these examinations and other things. And thereafter, we provide logbooks for these students. These logbooks have different competencies to be achieved on the ward. And actually, we started providing those logbooks after realizing that the students were weak in attaining these logbooks. So the logbooks are given to the students, and when they go to the wards, it's the mentors who are very sensitive in making sure that they supervise when the student is carrying out a competence-based procedure. And thereafter, the mentor signs to make sure that this student does not ask another person to pretend that they have done the procedure when it is not done. So thereafter, but before these mentors examine the students on these logbooks, we teach them actually how to do it. We teach them how to do it, and we accredit them, and those who are not capable, we leave them out. Then they go and start practicing that. Apart from that, we also make sure that these competencies are done. But what we have realized, there is inadequacy in the curriculum. There are many competencies which we call like soft skills, which are not in the curriculum. And as a result of that, we have a very big gap. That's why you see our nurses being rude to patients. That's why you see our nurses are running away from duty. They do not respect the mentors. They do not respect the doctors on the ward rounds. They are not even interested to attend because the curriculum has some gaps in it. And we've been encouraging as a board to review this curriculum because this is what we have observed during our examination feedback.
Okay, thank you. We've had it. Questions, comments to any of these, but you can also share your experiences from the audience. I heard very carefully that the students have logbooks and they do these procedures under observation. I also heard that the numbers are big and that the preceptors say they don't know how to teach the students. And I also know that as a student, maybe I sign my own logbook. So I'm not sure if these students are not like that. So what is really happening? There's a hand. Yes, there are two hands.
Thank you, the moderator and the panelists. As I already introduced myself, I'm Alex Mkembo. From the field perspective, I want to give a field perspective, especially where we in the field, we're talking about patient-centered services. And this is where we are seeing the output from the panelists. If we are the patient-centered service is a reflection of the competence-based training. And one of it, I agree with the panelists, the acknowledgement of high numbers vis-a-vis what is happening. You move to a center 3 at the point of deployment, where there are 2 midwives or 1, and they have deployed about 6 students. And instead of learning, they're just causing mayhem in the facility, and service delivery is crippled. I've seen experiences, especially in districts where we have staffing gaps. How are you planning to handle the numbers deployed vis-a-vis the mentors in the facilities, and also the duration? And where you see where students are deployed for about a month, and you want the first week they're trying to settle in, before they can settle in, start learning, the internship is ending. Also comes with the supervision. We have seen institutions, they deploy the pupils to the students in the centers, and they only come back at the point of picking them. How are you planning to address that one? Okay. Also, another question goes to Madam Erin about ethics. We are seeing ethical issues coming up so much in your products. How are you planning to address it in the training institutions? Some of our health professions that are coming out are lacking ethical issues, especially when it comes to the patient's rights, code of conduct, and interpersonal relationships. Another thing also I wanted to ask about.
The last one.
The last one is about evaluation of the competence. We know competence change and evolve, and the demands change according to the situations. How often are you doing the evaluation of the competence needs, and how are you doing it? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kanike. There was a hand. Yes, yeah. White shirt, yes. Quickly, because we don't have a lot of time.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Kanike Andrew Mavi. I'm a medical officer and research associate at Mengo Hospital. I've just recently been a medical student, and I'm very passionate about academia. Now, when we talk of competence-based training, we have talked of logbooks, and I know in the training, these logbooks are like the major way we are assessing whether students are getting competences on the ward or not. But you've also talked about the numbers. But you realize that I don't think as a person that these logbooks are enough. Actually, what is most important about ensuring this competence-based training culture is having motivated supervisors and the teachers on the ground. I am in Mengo Hospital where they are training nurses. I've been on these wards. But you find these young girls, there are so many on ward, but maybe the staff that are dedicated there to be teaching them are one or two. The other nurses that are working with them actually are coming on their duty to see patients, do their job, and go away. So you find most of the time, they don't have that push or the motivation to see that these students learn because it's not part of their job descriptions per se. So I think we need, as we are admitting as many students as possible, we need to also increase the number of supervisors that are remunerated and motivated down where we are getting the clinical practice from. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that is one challenge why we may not achieve what we think we want to achieve. I want to read some. Can you hear me? Yes. There was a comment from HASFA. Many health training institutions are coming up with directors who have no health training background. Some don't care about competencies, but view training as a business. So many schools, many universities, and all they want is the students and the funds. That's what I have from CASPA. 2, liberalization of health training in this country is being abused. We need to regulate the numbers of health training institutions and regularly monitor their performance in relation to the competence acquisition. That's another. It's a principle, I don't know from where. Then Angela Kawoya, I think the logbook should be a self-evaluation, but also a perpetual evaluation report by the Mintiaid placement mentor. And this placement mentor should have a final evaluation of the students. So they are talking about
that the assessment can be improved, and we need motivated. They also talked about numbers. I don't know if there are any comments, more comments. Are there any other? Yes? And then they'll come and answer. Before, let me read these two. In our context, early clinical exposure integration. This is from someone from, I think, Ethiopia. Early clinical exposure integration, problem-based learning, community-based education, etc. are among the key features of competence-based education. Hence, we found that it's very demanding and have been facing challenges. In this regard, what are the common challenges in your context and how have you been addressing them? I think the challenges have come out. So it is demanding, it's challenging to employ a competence-based education approach, but if all stakeholders come hand in hand, maybe it can be done. Someone says that it is integrated, the guidelines are here, but there are challenges, big numbers, assessment is a challenge, even when you are continuously giving feedback. So yes, there are some two people, yes. And then they'll come in. Who has the mic?
Thank you so much. My name is Patrick Lulu. I'm from Clark International University. In line with the presentations of the panelists, there are key things that I want to comment on. One is the skills lab. Skills labs in the health training institutions, vis-a-vis the numbers, you realize that you take students, because this is the skills lab is where exactly the students begin to practice the competencies. Before they go to the ward, on the real persons, they must be able to start practicing from here. But you take students to the skills lab, and there are very many. You find a teacher is demonstrating something some of the students may not be able to see. And at the end, you expect them to be able to actually have the skills. Now, in my opinion, and in real life, it is very important where the number is big, we need to be able to leave the skills lab open every time. The students must be able to get their own time to come and practice. That is one. Two, in line with the logbooks. In line with the logbooks, I have taught in other training institutions, and I have seen that even as much as we have the logbooks, the logbooks have been abused, and actually it no longer tests the competencies we're talking about, because these students sign the books by themselves, or even when the supervisor signs, they sign without actually having observed what these students have done.
Okay.
And so it becomes a problem.
But lastly,
thank you.
Okay, so there are many challenges, but we know that in order to move forward, we need to have competence-based education, because we don't have students who cannot be able to do something. So what are the opportunities? How can we move forward? Someone wanted to focus on opportunities. I know there are many questions, but what can we do to improve competence-based education? What are the opportunities for improvement? Professor Wandawa, opportunities. Are there opportunities? What can we do? The panelists, starting from you. In just one opportunity per person, because we have less than 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think one of the opportunities we have is that we can urge the university to increase the number of the teachers so that they can address the number of students who are being admitted. Because one of the challenges, as we have all heard, is the numbers of the students. If we can get the teachers to match the number of students, we shall be able to address some of these challenges. Even in the supervision, if you have the supervisors, you will address the challenges that people are actually raising. I submit.
Increase the number of teachers, supervisors. Dr. Mubuke.
Thank you very much. For me, I think the biggest opportunity is training of faculty. And good enough, we have competency in this country. Everybody involved in teaching needs to refresh and get to know what competence-based education is, to avoid some of these challenges that we are facing. The biggest challenge is actually misalignment. Even people are saying they're doing competence-based education. Actually, if you go deep, it's not competence-based education. So it's there in the curriculum, but the way we teach is not competence-based. We remained with our old systems of assessment, which are not competence-based, like the logbook. Competence-based education demands competence-based assessments. The logbook is not competence-based assessments. You rather use a portfolio, okay? So I think the opportunity we have is training. We have experts everywhere in our institutions. We have the training opportunities. We have the support to train and become competent in CBE. So let's use it and improve on the challenges that we are facing.
Thank you. So we really need to understand what it is so that we can plan and implement it the way it's supposed to be implemented. Having it in the curriculum may not be enough. Mrs. Kavanga, Dr. Kavanga.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the structures which we have. For example, we have the Ministry of Education and Sports with an entire department for the mid-level health professionals, nurses, midwives, and allied health trainers. So we can use that area to see how they can help to address some of these challenges because it is in their mandate. For example, skills lab and all of that. And another thing, another opportunity is the collaborative effect. I'm happy that we are here for health professional education. I want to say this to you. Health professional education, that Professor you see has done a lot of things. There are institutions they are supporting. Mentors have been trained how to assess the students, how to mentor the mentee and the mentor. But it is at a smaller scale, Professor, and we feel if this can move on, only one school, Mulago School of Nursing, for the nurses and midwives, the rest are universities. We want another school there.
Okay, so to go more, but let's trust each other as stakeholders so that we can learn together. But Ministry of Education on its own cannot, because most of the mentors are working in the wards. So we need health ministry and other stakeholders, as they told us. Yes, Helen, very briefly, opportunities, what can we do? We've been told that your assessment methods don't support competence-based education. So what can we do?
Thank you, Professor. What we've had here is very small, and what I've presented is very small. There's a lot that we do.
So one thing that we can do, what can we do to improve competence-based education?
The beauty is that I've been given a feedback, which I'm going to take back to my colleagues and the board, and we see how we can improve it. And I want to thank everyone who has given me a feedback. I've written everything down. And we are going to improve. And that's why we are there. We are improving every day because we get feedback from our mentors, from our tutors, from our students. And every time we hold a meeting, we improve on that. So there's a lot that we are going to improve on. I want to assure the audience that maybe next year when you invite us here, you can ask me what we have improved on. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Sister Kadru. One thing that you can do to improve competence-based education.
I can say I have 2 points to communicate. As we improve, when I look at the questions and the concerns that came from the audience also, there is someone who said there are few staffs on duty, but so many students. And these are two ministries, Ministry of Education and Ministry of Health. So we request that you put those two ministries on board, that they can balance up, because we don't have a say in the Ministry of Health, though we train medical workers.
Okay.
And then, excuse me, I'm going to talk this on side of the parents. What we realize, because of the big numbers and because of the poor, the students don't have the soft skills, because we parents allow our children to study our courses. I don't know if I'm understood. Let us allow students to study the courses they want, not what we want. I submit.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Sister Mwanguzi.
Thank you very much. I have 2 issues to air out. We had a concern of sending students to the clinical area, and we don't attach someone to help the mentor or the preceptor in the clinical area. But what we can do now is to ensure that whoever attaches students to the clinical site, there must be someone responsible for those students so that they can acquire what they are expected to acquire. Then the second one is to ensure that we balance the theory with the practicals. Thank you. I submit.
Okay, I'm going to ask a few people in the audience to say something. No one has talked about reducing the numbers. We are over flooded with the student numbers. And what we are saying is that we increase the faculty numbers. I'm not sure if this is possible and physical. I know we need to train people, but what can we do? These numbers that are flooding us, and you know, we take them to the practical areas all at the same time. Dr. Bosa, and then the last one. I thought Professor Poto can say something. Yes, you will after Dr. Bosa, you will after this gentleman, and then we'll finish. I'm sorry. Yes, Dr. Bosa.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. I had some comments, and of course, you have mentioned the numbers, but also we know that learning is a process. It starts somewhere and it continues. I'm hearing many colleagues talking about logbooks, but what happens when they join or in year 1? Have we looked at how they study some of these courses, for example, the biomedical sciences, before they go to clinicals, and then people talk about logbooks? Then do we have teaching materials? Because I have not, I do teach, but we have problem of getting teaching materials.
Dr. Bosa, the last one, so we need enough teaching resources.
Yes, then
The last one.
The last one is are the instructors, are they willing to do their job?
Okay, the instructors to do their job. The gentleman, the lady, and then I'll come to Professor Puto. And then before that, there's someone online. You can stand up and talk. Just one comment.
Thank you very much for this microphone. My name is Carlos Odora. I work with Lecturio. We are a medical education-based platform. Now, listening to you all speak, I really appreciate what you've said, and they are great. And it left me thinking, had you considered something like harnessing the power of technology to encourage training? And we have a very competent platform that can do quite lots of that. I've spoken to some of you. I am open, I'm around with you today, tomorrow. My colleague tomorrow is going to be speaking on what we've done in Sudan, even in current existing circumstances when they cannot have education continue.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Harnessing technology. Many times I hear people saying, you know, you can't train health workers online. You can't use technology. I think we need to rethink. Yes, the lady.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, everyone. I happen to be a midwifery educator, but I think I've observed, however, this is not informed with evidence and it stands to be biased. But I think even the bodies responsible for quality control are more flexible nowadays. They need to be more stricter on the set rules, because in actual sense, I don't understand. How would you issue out a license at a school, you know, that is not having the required number of students, the required number of educators that are actually in line with the required student-tutor ratio? Then another thing, how can such a school be given a license to practice, yet doesn't have a set skills lab, clinical attachment areas? All those factors are really compromising the evidence. Thank you.
Okay, quality assurance, the regulators, the standards. Jane Tuyasingura online, please, in 1 minute.
Thank you. I'm Tuyasingura Jane of Kabale University.
Open your mic, Jane, open and talk.
Have opened. Can you hear me now?
Oh. Yes, Eddie, the thing is.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you now.
You can hear me now. So I have worked with students both school and clinical placement, but the trend is changing to worse. While we are talking of clinical instructors during placement, I've observed when these clinical instructors come to the ward, there is conflict with the other mentors on the ward. And you find now that students are being pushed towards the clinical instructor, yet the clinical instructor cannot be on the ward full time. And now students are being used as workers instead of being trained, and actually neglected and even left with the major procedures without any supervision. And they pretend they're waiting for the clinical instructor who may not be there at any single time. Actually, I'm pending a case which I'm looking at on how I will solve it. Thank you. That is my submission.
Okay, it's young. In 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Professor and conference delegate. My experience in training nurses is that one, unless we change the method of assessment, currently we're using HEPI for assessing practical skills, but HEPI doesn't drive students to the wards, it drives them to the skills labs. So I hope one area to go by, let us have assessment go to, like for final years, let them be assessed in the wards. We will find students actually valuing competences to be learned because they will know they will be assessed. So assessment will drive learning. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Iputo. We need your wisdom. You've had the challenges and everything. What can be done?
Thank you, Prof. You are preempting my talk this afternoon. A couple of issues come up. One is the issue of work-based assessment. That needs a proper interrogation because for competency-based learning, we assess by seeing them doing it. In fact, that's the highest form of assessment. And so we need to put emphasis on work-based learning. Now, I didn't hear people talk about interprofessional learning here in that whole group. And yet, this is the key. I thought we have both medical and nursing people there, that the issues of interprofessional learning will come up. Probably that will be for another day. Expanding the teaching platform. That would be an answer to the staffing issues. But then I've had people commenting that we send students to places that are not ready to receive students. So it brings out the issues of adequate preparation. What is the basis for sending a student to that particular institution? So these are some of the issues that actually I'm going to highlight them in my talk. So those are the three: assessment, work-based, interprofessional learning. There are a lot of issues there. The issues of accreditation, and when we have joint learning, how do we assess them? In Bustem, we really have a problem right now because we changed the curriculum for the medical school without changing the curriculum for the nursing, and yet we are teaching them together and it's giving us a headache. So these are some of the issues that confront us in interprofession. And yet the WHO says that we should be training a health delivery team, that, you know, these things when we do, we should be doing them together. And yet we haven't got our accreditation bodies together to harmonize them. And if the health or what do you call it, medical and dental council accredited curriculum is being applied, why shouldn't it be not good enough for the nursing students who are undergoing the same interprofessional life? These are some of the issues.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you. There's a hand. I don't know if the addition, a question, we don't want a question now. We can continue the conversation because I don't know who's going to answer. Let him ask, but it will not be answered. One question, please.
Yes, thank you, Professor. Good enough is not a question. Just want to contribute to the discussion we are having. I'm Salam Mujib from Islamic University. I observed that our students who are MBCHB graduates, they don't take interest in MED because there are some challenges. So maybe this sitting can work on that. There also, the government should upgrade some health centers or teaching institutes so as to take care of all these lapses.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll continue that conversation over lunchtime. Colleagues, we've heard what is happening. On paper, we are doing competence-based education. It's good. Everyone is doing their best, but we need to do more. We need to be trained. We need to work together. There is that framework that was introduced. It has many of the things: teamwork, patient-centered care, many things. So there are many opportunities. And I think moving forward, we can see how to sit down with all of you and say, how do we improve competence-based education in this country? We send students to the practicum areas, and we ourselves who are supposed to be teaching the students, we are shouting, what will they learn? So there's a lot that we need to be done. Thank you very much. We are going for lunch now and coming back for the keynote address at 2. Our lunch has been taken by the discussions. So we'll have 40 minutes. Let's be here by 5 minutes past 2 or 2 if we can, so that we can have the next session. Thank you very much. So the team online, we are breaking off for lunch. Thank you. I think we need to clap for ourselves and for the panel.
Gentlemen, we should start the afternoon session. We are actually 10 minutes late behind. I humbly request Dr. Aloysius Mubuke Gonzaga to come and chair this session, the keynote, but also the session following. Thank you very much, Roy. I don't know if Professor Tuwin is online. He said he would try, but the deans have a meeting. So, Dr. Roy, I humbly request you to chair the next two sessions. Thank you very much. And I hope that you'll make us keep time.
Thank you very much, Professor Chiguri. I hope we had a sumptuous meal. Those who are still outside, please come in as we go into the next session. Sometimes people present in the afternoon, they have to put in double effort. So Professor Iputo, but I know your presentations are always spot on. So this afternoon, we have a keynote address from Professor Jehu Iputo from Busitema University. He's a seasoned educator and is very passionate about health professions education. And he has worked in a number of institutions in Uganda and outside Uganda. And he has been very much engaged in issues to do with health professions education. So he's going to talk to us about social accountability, which is a very key aspect these days in training. What does it mean? Why do we need to know about social accountability? And why should we incorporate social accountability in teaching and learning as we train health professionals? So Professor Iputo, we are pleased to have you this afternoon. Talk to us about this important subject. And the people here are very eager, waiting to hear from you, what you have to share from your experience. Thank you very much. Let's join our hands to welcome Professor Iputo.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me to come and participate in this conference. It's a privilege, and I appreciate that. I think there are slides that How do I move this one here? Okay, all right, okay. Thanks. Thank you. The topic I was requested to talk on is social accountability in health professions education, needs and opportunities in the sub-Saharan African context. This is a topic that I'm actually very familiar with because for the past 40 years, all my work has been revolving around social accountability in health professions education. I found myself in a homeland in South Africa, where all the issues that relate to social accountability were prevalent. We had to start a medical school from scratch, training doctors and other health professionals for the disadvantaged communities of South Africa. And since then, my life has revolved around these issues. So what is the background to this social accountability in health professions education? The most obvious is that we have a shortage of health professionals in sub-Saharan Africa. I won't bore you with the statistics, they are everywhere. Relating to the health burden, the burden of disease, and then the availability of the health professionals is dire. On top of that, there's the issue of maldistribution of health professionals between the privileged urban areas and the underprivileged rural areas. In fact, probably this is a bigger issue than the issue of absolute shortage in numbers. A maldistributed health workforce does not help in the attainment of the universal health coverage. And earlier speakers have alluded to that. And there is also a mismatch between the health professional education establishments, their performance, their expectations, as opposed to the health systems. There's no matching, you know that. We are currently in the middle of a strike by doctors and interns. We produce people whom we can't absorb, and yet we really are short of absolute numbers. So these are some of the contradictions that we have, that in the midst of deficiency, we actually can't absorb the few people that we have. So there's a mismatch between the way this health system works and the way the health professions educations work. This really reflects the weak link between education institutions and the health systems that employ the graduates. So with this sort of setup, just simply adding more qualified health workers into this dysfunctional system is going to have very little impact. So there is need for change. The existing models of health workforce education are not producing the people how are they producing the research and the services needed to attain the basic universal health coverage? There have been lots of seminal papers, workshops relating to this. Probably the one that comes to mind, because it was carried out by a real high-powered group of experts, and it was published in the Lancet, is the Independent Global Commission on Education for Health Professionals. I think there was representation, by some of the people. I don't know whether is the Serwada here? Not, he was a member of that. And then followed by the Global Consensus for Social Accountability in Medical Education. This one, there was a conference that I hosted in East London in 2010, where the consensus was that this should be the way that we should be training people so that there is equity in the numbers of the health professionals and the health professionals that are fit for purpose. So those guidelines were taken up by the WHO, which came up with a paper on transforming and scaling up health professions education and training. Actually, not a paper, guidelines in 2013. So that is the background to what I'm going to talk about, which is how does a health education program, which is socially accountable, look like? So effectively, we are redefining the role of health professions education. These are some of the principles. People ask, what is it that we talk about when we talk about social accountability in health profession education? These are some of the fundamentals. I'm extracting this from the global consensus on social accountability in health professions education. It states that social accountability incorporates requirements to identify society priority health needs and challenges. We have to identify them, then we have to adapt the education, the research, and service activities accordingly, and to assess the impact upon society. So there are key things there that, first of all, we need to identify which are these key social issues that we need to confront. And then we need to adapt our education system, our research, and service activities to answer to those needs. Social accountability is achieved through a structured and purposeful partnership in action between the educational institutions and the wider health structures existing in the community. The community can be a local community, the area, or it can be a region, or it can be a nation. These are some of the issues that we need to talk about a little later on. A socially accountable medical school is committed to conduct education, research, and service program addressing the determinants of health: political, cultural, social, economic, and environmental. This is a key issue. This is a departure from the norm, because before we trained people to recognize illness and to treat illness, we never really put this issue of the social determinants of health as a core, as a central part of the health professions education, which was really unreasonable, because Why do you treat a child with malaria and he recovers with malaria and you send that child back to the same environment where the child came from? It does not make sense. So this issue of looking at the social determinants of health has become central in health professions education. Now, medical and healthcare professions education is tasked to produce professionals with a right mix of competences. We talked about competence-based education today. The right mix of competences, what we call fit for purpose training. So to get this sort of competences, we should train these people in the location where they are going to work, because the challenges are coming from that location. The competencies should be relevant to that location. That's why we talk about fit for purpose. You see, we talk about quality assurance. What is more important in quality than relevance? You know, you could have lots of skills. You know, you could be a heart surgeon with very nice skills, but then if you are practicing in a place where there's no facility for heart surgery, where the need for heart surgery may be, you know, 1 or 2 patients in a week, and yet you have got hundreds of patients with other ailments, then that is not a fit for purpose qualification. A major, my eyes are not very good. I think I better look at this. A major trait of social accountability of medical schools is to ensure programs produce the expected impact on health system performance and people's health status. This issue should be valued in evaluation and accreditation system and is applicable and adaptable to any society or health system or any health professional. So these issues that we are talking about are not really only related to the doctors, but nurse training, whatever training in the health professions. When we do what we do, this last portion, we should be able to provide evidence that it actually attains what it went out to do. You see, in social accountability, as I'll get on a little later on, impact evaluation is central so that the monies, the effort that we are putting into this changed system should be seen to be producing what it went out to do. Without evaluation, without evidence, we cannot tell whether what we are doing is okay. And we need the evidence in order to cascade, because you cannot change everybody at the same time. We are trying to find units of excellence. And if we can show that they are producing what we think they should be produced, then we can cascade downwards. We can show people that, look at that school. That school has attained this or that or the other, and that should be the way to go. So evaluation of our efforts is central. Now, let's look at the principles and strategies employed by socially accountable medical schools. These are things that over the years, I've been involved in quite a number of schools that are running social accountable education. I started with the Walter Sisulu University in the Transkei, and then in West Africa, we helped set up a system in Tamale, in north of Ghana, and several other places. And even here in East Africa, even Makerere, I think we've been here several times. I suppose that's why Professor Kiguli is always calling me to come around. You see, because we've been doing, so what are the surface markings of a good, socially accountable health educational program? One, health and social needs of the targeted communities guide education, research, and service program. You see, I'm talking about targeted communities. See, look, we talk of social accountability. Accountable to who? The first thing that a school should have is an identified community to which it is accountable. And this is a problem, is a mental block to some of the medical schools because they all want to be national. In Uganda, everybody wants to be like Makerere. You see, we have decentralized medical education. They're about what? Are they 4 or 5 regional medical schools? I mean, government-based. I'm talking about the money from the FISAs. They're about what? They're about 4. Yeah. But you see, they have refused to embrace this regional nature. You see, it would have been much easier for the government to expand Makerere Medical School and take all of them. But if the government in its wisdom thought it good to decentralize, then this decentralized medical school should embrace that they have a community surrounding them. And it is that community that they should target, that they are accountable to. So if a socially accountable medical school cannot show us which community they are accountable to, then there's a problem. The second one, social accountability, is demonstrated in action through a whole school approach. In fact, sometimes it goes even beyond the school. You see, you should be training a health care delivery team. You see, if every program is sending students individually rather than sending them as a health care delivery team, then there's a problem there. Because when they graduate, they should be working as teams. So when they are going to the communities, they should be going there as communities. In fact, if you think about the social determinants of health, then even the health team is not enough. You know, we should be talking about other sectors that influence poverty, availability of water, education. In fact, in one of the schools that I've been involved in the north of Ghana, it's called the University for Development Studies in Tamale. The whole university goes out to the community. You see, because it's only then that you can really try to understand what goes on and share ideas as to how you can improve the lives of people. You know, so the isolated things, you know, by, let's say, the medical program, is not enough. You know, the programs are located within or in close proximity to the community it serves. Because train in the location so that there's no mismatch of expectations. You train somebody here in Kampala and then post them to go and work in a rural area. No accommodation, potable water is a problem. The expectations are very different. You see, if you train them in local, the only difference will be that at the end of the training, the fellow will get a salary, the paycheck. Otherwise, the experience has been there during the training. Students are recruited from communities with the greatest health care needs. Targeted admissions to those people who may not be having, what do you call it? If you left it to open competition, they will not qualify. You see, so we should be targeting, because if we recruit locally and we train locally, we are more likely to retain them. So that this maldistribution within the country, where people are more comfortable living in town, you know, will be a little lessened. You will not get rid of it completely, but will be a little lessened. So what do? We have to give access to the communities so that we try to minimize the disparities. That's important. There are issues here that, oh, you may not find people who are qualified to do university education. That's bullshit. Total. You know, we've trained, I have trained minors. You see, the first time when we opened up the medical school, we opened it up and we asked people to come. That's in South Africa. People didn't want to come to a rural medical school. So we said, what do we do? We opened up the admission. We asked people. In fact, we cleaned up the secretarial pool in the university. All the secretaries came in. Some are now neurosurgeons, physicians, what? You see, if you are determined to train a person, you'll train that person. As long as that person can read and that person has got the heart at the right place, I'll train you to be a doctor. Recently, are there surgeons here? The Surgeons of Ugandan Association wrote saying that the level of education at the high school is so low that it's going to affect the quality of surgeons being produced. What a lot of nonsense. You see, completely. Are there people from KIU here? You take students with ease. And are there no surgeons coming out of the KIU system? They're there and they are functioning well. So listen, targeted recruitment is an essential component of a socially accountable medical education. Because if you don't do that, then you are not going to these disparities that led us there are not going to be cleared. Now, health professional education is embedded in the health system and takes place in the community and clinics instead of being predominantly in the university and hospital. You know, we have what we call academic health complex, where the apex of the complex is in the tertiary hospital and comes down. Because at every level, there is something specific that you need to transfer to the student. If you have that well organized, then it helps. Now, these health systems, I think I'll come to that a little later. Who does the teaching? The teaching is done by the people who are found at the clinical, at the community level. How do you know that this teaching is the adequate teaching? See, this takes us to the way the curriculum is designed and written up. If you have clearly stated objectives for each level of training, then it does not matter. Those people should be able to train. And when you send them to the community, you are sending them for specific skills or knowledge. And if these are very, very clearly identified, then it is easy. If it's like a cookbook, if you have a cookbook, it's easy to cook, even if you are not a trained cook. So the problem is how well written are our curricula. In fact, I do a lot of accreditation work. This is one of the things when we get the institution, I ask, where is the course manual? And if the course manual does not have clearly identified objectives, then we have a problem. Because it does not matter how good a teacher is. If the objectives are not clearly stated right from the beginning, it becomes difficult even to assess. How do you assess? You assess according to the objectives. When you say get a blueprint, what does the blueprint do? The blueprint looks at the exams and then refers the exams to the what? To the objectives. So these are some of the things that were being talked about in competency-based education here. If your courses are not well structured, it does not matter. You'll get poor performance. Students are introduced to common primary care social issues, which affect the patient's quality of life. Poverty, addiction, family dysfunction. How do we do this? You see, when the student goes and meets a patient or a clinical problem, because that's normally the introduction, a patient with a student. That patient will introduce that student to the family. The family will introduce that student to the community. And when you get to the community, you will then get to know the root causes of the ill health. So that is the cascade. And family medicine is very good at this. And institutions that have viable social accountability programs have got strong departments of family medicine. How many medical schools here in Uganda have departments of family medicine? Only Makerere. You see, isn't it? It's only Makerere. And the Makerere one, I'm not even sure whether it's functional. You see, I know these places very well. I've been in and out here for the past 30 years. So I know what I'm talking about. You see, but that is essential because you see, okay, you talk about the vertical integration, horizontal integration. You know about that. In this spices model and whatever. But when you try to look at them, is this integration actually there? Okay, in the first and second year, you have got this horizontal integration. But what about in the clinical years? Where is the horizontal integration? That's where family medicine comes in. It joins all these things and say, look, this surgery, this medicine, this what, this. I'm talking about the patient and the family. You are talking about your skills of making a diagnosis. That's where family medicine comes in. So a medical school without a functional department of family medicine, Curriculum, this is what I was talking about. Curriculum integrates basic and clinical science with the population health and societal needs. And early clinical contact increases the relevance and the values of the theoretical learning. Most of you people understand this. And you see, this curriculum is a public health-based curriculum because in the end, we are interested in changing the social determinants of health. That's why public health becomes a critical discipline in the implementation of socially accountable medical education. Pedagogic methods are student-centered, problem and service-based, and supported by technology. This is what they're talking about. You see, we should embrace technology. Like, for example, when the students are out there in the community, you should be able to communicate with them through the modern technology. You can supervise them from a distance. The leash does not have to be very short if you utilize information technology properly. Community-based practitioners are recruited and trained as teachers and mentors. Listen, I was hearing stories today, especially coming from the nurses, that all our students are not adequately supervised. But have you really engaged with these community practitioners where you are sending your students? Do you value what they do? Are they members of your academic staff? Do they have titles, whether honorary or adjunct or whatever? I mean, if you this is basic decency. You need to do that. Otherwise, your students are ectopic there. You see, they are not integrated. And when we talk about integration, it should be real integration. Yeah. So some of these issues that you are raising is because you have not socialized the whole concept of community-based learning. Health system actors are partners, produce local, relevant competencies. Let's talk about partnership. This partnership is very critical because it acts two ways. When you are out in the community, you are giving service to them. But then they are also helping you with your educational activities. And medical schools should go beyond just training of students. You are like change agents. You should go there and get really interested in what goes on in the communities. You know who the politicians are. Have you engaged with them? You know, we keep talking about there not being enough money in the education system, but have we really tried to look for money? When you go to these communities, have you tried to talk to the council people? Because every local council has got a health committee. Have you engaged with them? Have you done any planning with them? Have you tried to ask them? Have you tried to check whether the community has got resources, have got assets that you may actually find useful in carrying out your program? You keep talking about needs assessment, needs assessment. Have you done asset assessment? Whether the community actually has got assets? You know, you should be doing this. You should be planning together. Get them involved. How can you do that? Do you have a partnership office in your universities? You people keep talking about MOUs. You know, I know that. You know, where's the MOU for this unit? Where's the MOU? Sometimes you don't even know where the MOUs have been placed. That just shows you that there's no seriousness about disengagement. You should be having an office dealing with this partnership, probably at the level of a deputy dean. You have a deputy dean education. You should be having a deputy dean community affairs. Who liaises with them? I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about, because in Ghana, when I first went there to start a medical school, they took me to meet the kings. So the kings made me part of their system. I used to sit in the king's body. And whenever there's a problem, I raise it with the king. The king says, no, that's not a problem. So and so. He rings. I said, look, no, they even wanted to make me a chief. They wanted to give me a wife there, you know. But look, on a serious note, this is what I'm saying. Engage with these people and try to look for money there. You see, we talk about targeted recruitment. Talk to the local, say, look here, we have got 5 places, let's say for Amudat district. But we don't have the money for the hostel accommodation. You talk to them. You may find if you get all the local councils, they may be able to build a hostel for students. We have not tried this. The solutions for our problems are going to come from us. There is nobody who's going to come from outside to sort out these issues. These people you see, the FEMA, whatever, they have got their own agenda. The moment the agenda is finished, you know, they go. And they leave us with the issues that we have. So when we talk about social accountability and getting involved, let's really look at this, look at ourselves, look at the stakeholders as partners, and let's see how we can move forward. You see, so this is basically the grit of my address. But now, I know all of you, I've got one element or the other of social accountability, because when I read your what do you call it? A curriculum, you mention it, you know, and I see, you know, you see there's copy and paste from Makerere, you know, all around, you know. You see, when I look at it, and then Makerere copied one of my things, there's something which I should actually claim for, you know, that, look, I know each of you have attempted this route, but then let's see how, because it's an aspirational thing. It is a journey. Social accountability is not, you know, once in, it's a walk that we take. So let me take you through a walk. You see, find out where your school actually lies along this path towards social accountability very, very quickly. First thing, what does our school believe in? What are your values? Are they clearly stated in your mission statement? That's first, number one, because that's the first thing we look at, you know, mission and what? Mission and vision and your values. Social accountability values should be explicit. And if it's not, then there's a problem. Not only explicit, but known and understood by students and staff. Then you are on your way. Second, who do we serve and what are their needs and what are the needs of their health system? Your reference population, do you have it? You know, you need to have and recognize a reference population. And you need to define the reference population needs in collaboration with the communities and the key health system stakeholders. You know, this should be done collaboratively. Now, look, problem-based learning. Everybody talks about problem-based learning. And it makes sense because health professions education is a new discipline. There's very little dogma. It's unlike other disciplines. But there's one or two truths, and one of them is that there are no generic sets of skills which you can transfer from one case to another. Each case has got a specific set of skills that it requires. Even a simple thing like pneumonia, the skills you require to treat pneumonia in geriatric patients is different from that in a normal adult. If it is community acquired, the skill is different from if it is hospital acquired, and pneumonia in a child is a totally different field altogether. So because of that, we need to expose our kids to as many problems as they are likely to meet in their practice in that context in your defined area. So we should look for the common problems in the defined area. And once we have identified those common problems collectively with the stakeholders, not you doing it in your room, you know, you people, let's say, let's get a committee of one from anatomy, from physiology, then you set it up. Oh, you should do it with the people who are in the field. And once you do that, then you will decide which are the common problems. That becomes your core curriculum. Which are the problems that are not so common? That is your outer shell. And then the rest are esoteric. So if you go to a problem-based school and you ask them for a problem list, their core problem list, if it is not there, then those people are not doing it properly. You cannot run a PBL curriculum without a core problem list. There it is. I know. Even my own school does not have one. So, partnerships. I think I told you about that already. Partnerships. You see, in your faculty board, of you people here, how many people have members of the community, stakeholders, as members of your faculty board? Raise your hand. Not a single one. And yet, these are people where you want your students to spend about 30% of their time. They are not participating in the academic governance. You see? So you can see that we are not having any partnerships. Is it a surprise that your students, when they are there, are neglected? Okay? That's what I was talking about. The governance. They should be there. They should be making decisions. Field operation. Do you allocate enough money for these field activities? I know in my institution, when it comes to time for going for COBES, there's always, where's the money? Where's the money? We do not have this, we do not have. The dean here is the dean. That's not, where's the accountant? The accountant is not there. The money has not been released by the university authorities. See, put an effort. You know, if money is not allocated, then you are not taking those issues seriously. If there's no money, then there's no program. Okay? What, where, and how do we teach? This is what I was talking about, that the curriculum should be identified at the community level. Teaching methods. You see, there was one before that. Yeah, the curriculum, stakeholders involved in the design, the curriculum delivery and assessment and evaluation. Okay, interprofessional education opportunities available to all students. You see, okay, I'm about to finish. The WHO is really pushing this interprofessional thing. And it makes all sense because we should teach a healthcare delivery team. But he has got a lot of issues that we need to sort out, especially the issues of accreditation. You see, if we are training a healthcare delivery team together, shouldn't we be accrediting this healthcare delivery team together? You see, because if the nurses have got their own, and then the doctors have got their own, the commonalities, are not there. I know this is a sticking issue, and it has been identified, flagged long ago, and I don't think we are going to have answers here. You see, but these are some of the issues. You see, assessment, we talked about that today. People were talking, but perhaps that's another day altogether. A rationale for the teaching methodology clearly outlined in terms of social accountability. And teaching methodology is relevant and appropriate to the learner's needs and context. You see, this is what I was talking about, clearly stated objectives. You see, the assessment should match the objectives. And you see, there are lots of arena of learning. There's learning that takes place within the university, then there's learning that takes place within the community. Even in the university, there's learning that takes place in the classroom, there's learning that takes place in the lab, there's learning that takes place in the ward. The objectives should be very clear, and the assessment methods are not necessarily the same, because the objectives, if you have got overlapping objectives, then there's a problem. If what you are doing in the classroom is the same as what you are doing in the ward, then there's an overlap. And if there's an overlap, there's redundancy. You see, so these are some of the things that we look out for when we look at the curricula. Whom do we teach? Talked about this. I talked about targeted admissions. That is access. But once you bring them, if you know that these are not probably university-ready students, then you must have a program to take care of that. Because access should be for success. If you increase the access and you do not have a developmental program, there's not going to be success. Say, that's a wasted effort. So targeted admission must go with what? With properly what? Properly structured study programs for them. Who are the educators? These are your community people there. Show them what is needed and they'll teach. Have confidence, they'll teach. Don't tell them to teach what they are not trained to do. It's like people here talk about Cuban doctors, that Cuban doctors are lousy, Cuban doctors are what? I've worked with Cuban doctors for a very long time and I've been to Cuba more than 10 times. The Cuban doctors are specific for specific things. If you bring a Cuban doctor who's supposed to be a family physician and you expect him to run your surgery and the rest, you are in trouble because that's not what they're trained to do. You give them to do what they were trained to do and it will be done. So the same with the people in the community. Be very, very specific. Say, I'm sending this student to you for this and this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they will do it. But if you just send them like that and go fishing, it won't work. Research. I know research is the thing. You know, people keep saying that universities are not just for dissemination of knowledge, it's also for creation of knowledge. But there's a lot of research that you can do at community level, many things. To start with, even these educational methods that we're talking about, do they work? You know, these programs of ours, do they have the desired impact? You see, so there are a lot of things that you can do there which relate, like, what difference do we make? Always, always, always try to, I'm done. I'm being warned. Always try to document what it is that you are doing and what the outcome, the expected outcomes are, and asking yourself, have we achieved this? So research and dissemination is part and parcel of service delivery education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor HEPI. Could we give him another round of applause? Thank you. I know this is a very interesting topic that we are all trying to grapple with. And I think we should find another sort of opportunity to have some kind of lecture or webinar specifically about this. And we shall invite Professor HEPI to expand on some of these aspects. So thank you very much for sharing that issues of social accountability. And I think it has opened up our eyes. For me, the most interesting question that we have to think about, how many of us have a community representative on our faculty boards? These boards are full of professors because we think the community representative, just as it is for ethics committees, do you have a community rep in our faculty boards when approving curricula? So it's a question to all of us. So Professor HEPI, I think you've got the response from the reaction. So thank you very much. We can interact with him more later on during the break if you have any questions. So because of time, I would like to invite our panelists for the next session, which is about online learning. We know where COVID pushed all of us, whether we liked it or not, we had to go online learning. How we went there, God knows, but we had to do it. So I'd like to invite Dr. Mayende. I saw him. Okay, yes, he's around. Please come and take up Dr. Ian Munavi, Professor Nanyonga. Lydia is already coming. Thank you very much. Professor Sarah Chiguri. Yes, the chairs are enough. Up here. Dr. Rebecca Nekaka from Busitema University. Wanji. Rebecca, please hurry up. So as you respond to whatever I'm going to put to you, you can just quickly tell us your name and where you come from. So these are panelists, the experts in e-learning, online learning, and we hope we are going to learn a lot from them. So I'll start from my side with Dr. Mayende. COVID pushed us to e-learning, and many medical schools, they were forced to do this. Even it came as a requirement from National Council. Many of us didn't know what it is. We didn't know how to do it. We don't know actually what it is. So when we talk about e-learning, what do we exactly mean by e-learning? Dr. Mayende.
Okay, thank you very much. You have already mentioned my name. I am Godfrey Mayende from the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning. I was privileged during COVID that I was in charge of the institute and trying to ensure that we're able to move on. It was not an easy period, but we're able to run exams online, the first ever online exams. And I always pride myself to be the technical person who was there at that time, ensuring that this works. But online, basically, is being able to teach when there is internet in between. But of course, some people confuse online and e-learning. E-learning can be in a physical environment with digital equipment, and it's a broader thing. But online learning, right, you have internet in between. That means there's people on the other side of the internet. Well, I can do e-learning, and also in a physical environment, be able to do e-learning. But of course, when we were running at that time, when we are doing what we call the emergence teaching and learning, and Makerere actually adopted what we refer to as blended learning, because we could not able to do purely online learning. And so many times, and many people or many institutions are judging online learning or blended learning from the emergence online education that we had in the middle of COVID, and which is not very correct. And we are trying now to work out a way at the university to now train people to develop faculty, to develop real courses that are more engaging other than the ones we had, which were for emergency of nature. I hope that's what you wanted me to answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mayende. So I think for me, what I've picked is that e-learning is not necessarily online learning, but online learning is part of e-learning. And remote, emergence, what we did during COVID, emergence learning may also be a different concept, and then blended learning as well. So I think we need to differentiate those, because sometimes some of us talk about e-learning, online learning, and we don't know, or blended learning, and we don't know what they actually mean. So thank you very much. I'll come back to you. Professor Chiguri, what was the experience in your institution with e-learning, or what has been the experience? We are forced to go e-learning by National Council, whether we liked it or not. I don't know how we did it. So what has been the experience from your institution as far as e-learning is concerned, implementation, and maybe some challenges?
Thank you very much. I think for health professionals, we actually petitioned government and said our students need to be around, and it was an opportunity to have e-learning as well as the face-to-face. I should say that before COVID, many of us, many people are very reluctant of implementing any form of ICT use in training the health workers. And the message was that, you can't train a doctor, a nurse online. They need to use their hands, they need to be skills. Therefore, these computer things, this online cannot work. And at Makerere Faculty of Medicine, College of Health Sciences, we had tried for a number of years to develop some online programs or e-learning programs, and the speed, the adoption by faculty was very slow. So the COVID was an opportunity to have more faculty trained, and our colleagues from the IODL came in handy to train us in how to develop those emergency courses and how to implement. And as we are developing, some people are trained, others were not trained. But at this time, they call it what? Zoom became very popular. Using Zoom to teach, to have sessions, meetings, lectures, and everything. And it seems that we are locked in the mode of Zoom. So many of us think that e-learning or online learning can only be on the Zoom platform. And many of us, we go and put the class there, but the gap we have is to be trained to develop programs, to develop sessions online, which have outcomes, which have the appropriate content and the activities to enable the students learn. And I think that's where we are, to see that we can have this, but also the opportunity to use the online facilities and to use other media to enhance students' learning, to address the big numbers, because there are very many opportunities which we can use to ensure that the students learn better by combining, having blended learning, by using those facilities that can be got online, by engaging the students on the learning management system. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you very much, Professor Chiguli. So you mentioned about training. There was training from the Institute of Open Distance and E-Learning at Makerere. So I think they challenged all of us. What happens to institutions that don't have, experts and the platforms to train in e-learning? So how do we handle such? I think this is something for us to think about it as we move on. Dr. Rebecca Nekaka from Bositema University. Professor Wandawa told us you are doing a competence-based, implementing competence-based curriculum. So specifically talking about clinical teaching, the complaint has been, yes, we're advocating for e-learning, online learning. It's not possible in a medical school. So how do you incorporate, from your experience and from your success stories, which we've had, how do you successfully try to incorporate online learning, e-learning during clinical teaching?
Thank you. That's okay. I'm Rebecca Nekaka from Bositema University. Yeah, we are doing a competence-based curriculum. And how do we incorporate online teaching and learning in the clinical teaching? So again, I think COVID was a very good opportunity that we had training for all staff, including the clinical teams. And during that time, we also had, we had sort of training of trainers who went on to support departments to develop modules and upload on the Moodle platform, the learning management system. And one thing that many of us appreciated is that the learning management system, which can facilitate online teaching and learning, works more like your online classroom. And yeah, so the students can easily get most of the information on the LMS. They can have Zoom meetings, and right there on your online platform, you can give them instructions on what they are going to do on the ward. So they don't necessarily have to be in class to actually get those other sessions that they need to do. We could actually embed the whole module as you've developed it and instructions, what they have to do while on the ward. So they use that as their platform. So in a way, it was more blended learning, that you can have the Zoom lectures, you can have the online forum discussions, you can have them watch videos, and then you also give them opportunity to go to the ward and have the hands-on training on the bedside teachings and all that. So that is how we have been able to blend and be able to deliver the competence-based curriculum successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. So I think from your submission, we can see you can have some aspects of clinical learning be done online, while others they need physical presence. But the idea that we can't do clinical learning completely online is not correct. Some of the learning aspects can be done online. So thank you very much, Professor Nanyonga. From your experience from Clark University, and we've heard, not from you, but from other sources, that you are very successful in moving almost all teaching online, and all students were successfully and interactively engaged. So what were some of those enabling factors, and what would you advise the rest of the institutions to learn from Clark to make sure that online learning makes students engaged and keeps them, interactive and committed to their learning, even if they are not physically present?
Thank you very much, Dr. Mboke. I won't repeat what my colleagues have said, because what they have said were all parts of the elements of what we implemented at Clark International University. I'm going to talk a little bit about the institutional support, which has not been mentioned yet. It took a great deal of investment, the way we managed, recognizing that we had to deal with student factors, we had to deal with faculty factors, and we had to deal with institutional factors. In terms of institutional factors, we had to lobby the council to avail enough resources to support faculty to create virtual worlds and virtual interactions in which a student could be engaged, prioritizing student engagement beyond just learning and putting content on the learning management system. We were asking questions. How do you still engage a health professional student in a virtual world? How can that be sustainably done? And we had to give data, provide data to faculty and students. It was really an expensive undertaking and clearly not sustainable. But at the time of the emergency, it was crucially important that faculty were not using any kind of excuse to not engage students sustainably online. I'm not so sure that we did 100%, because I have some of my deans here. We still had to bring small numbers of students into the sim lab, into the skills lab, when less than 10 students were allowed to be in the same space together. So there were components of practical learning that were occurring. The other thing we did was to invest in sim learning, creating videos, interactive videos that were dispatched to the students that were uploaded on the learning management system. Again, that was an investment, actually, that was enabled by the HEPI initiative for us to be able to do that. Multiple accounts were created for the virtual interaction. I think one of the things that I've noticed is that we have learned a lot of things during that time. However, the question is, how do we actually move forward, and how do we adapt our learning environments to allow a rapidly changing world of learning in e-learning to enable health professional students? And one of those ideas that we are tinkering with is, how does a virtual patient look like? Is it possible to actually generate knowledge using virtual patients and interactions to enable skill absorption and skill adoption? And then how is that then translated into a competency when they encounter a real life patient? Question for us to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Nanyonga. Very, very stimulating indeed, the virtual patient. And then the other thing you mentioned, institutional support. So we all need to engage our leaders in the different institutions to see the value in this and to see how we can leverage this. So going to Lydia from Kavala University, on the side of students. So e-learning, online learning presents challenges to students. And sometimes you find that some of the students are left behind, and they have a lot of challenges with connectivity and so on, even getting used, to online platforms. So how do we successfully engage students into this so that we don't leave anyone behind, knowing the types of students that come from different backgrounds, they have different abilities, and they have different, to afford what is needed to have this. So how do we successfully engage them so that we have all of them and we don't leave anyone behind?
Thank you, Dr. Roy, for that question. My name is Lydia, and I'm a member from Kavala University School of Medicine. And I think that question suits me well. from the mountains. Of course, we have internet challenges, but what have we done so that our students are not left behind? So as an institution, there are several measures we put in place. For example, we have a very strong internet on the School of Medicine or around campus. So students can freely engage and they don't need to buy their mobile data on their phones. So we have free internet access. Then what the university has also done is that, okay, this is an advantage on the side of the faculty, but at the same time, at the side of the students. So on every beginning of a semester, or on every student enrollment, our students, we have a very strong, powerful IT team. So they usually take the students through the Kabale LMS system, and the same applies to the faculty. So we also get a refresher course on a semester basis so that we can enhance our skills as faculty. But at the same time, every student who joins the university is taken through the system. So besides that, we usually, it depends on the faculty's opinion or perception. So we usually advise to use a virtual class, which is the big blue button. So you find that when you log onto our system, there is a way Kabale has done stuff that the charges actually are reduced, like for a student, as long as you log on, especially if you're not at the campus. So that has helped the students to get access at a lower price. And then at the same time, we try to use both synchronous and asynchronous. So sometimes we do the real-time online teaching, just like any other institution, but other times we also adapt the asynchronous. So we can leave assignments online, we can give assignments, and then probably give activities online. And sometimes we also push for peer evaluation. So you find that we argue our students to look through the assessments, peer to peer, they assess, and then they give feedback on each other. So I should say we are trying a level best, but of course with the mountains, we have internet challenges.
Thank you very much. So I think the key point is that we have to landscape our students, the types of students we have. So whereas somewhere else, access to internet may be a need, for us here, sometimes it's a luxury. Okay, so we need to landscape what type of students do we have and how do we engage them without leaving anybody behind. Dr. Ian Munavi, so I'm coming now to the faculty. We've got a challenge, certainly where I come from. Sometimes they call for training for people, online learning, e-learning, how to use it. And you have like 5 people turn up. So we are still stuck in analog. And what we say is that it worked for us and we are the best professionals and experts. Why should we do e-learning? How do we engage faculty and bring them on board, especially those who seem reluctant to change, because they certainly have to change? So how do we bring them on board so that they don't just comply, but they actually into the thing, they are in it, and we move together if we are to go e-learning?
Thank you very much. That's a fantastic question. How to bring faculty on board, because faculty are a very important component of learning in general, and when it comes to e-learning, they're also equally important. I'll go back to what I mentioned about COVID. COVID was a very nice stick, so to speak, because if you didn't comply, you had to justify why you should stay on the payroll. And that moved many of the faculty to actually adopt e-learning. So there's the stick approach. You either do it or get out. But there's also the more gentle approach where we need to convince people that they are not the center of learning. As faculty, we are facilitators. And that educational shift is important so that you can appreciate that online learning is student-centered learning, and the student is actually the center of learning, not you, the teacher. Your role as a teacher is a facilitator. And once you do that, then you can look at how to explore the key interactions for learning. This is interaction between the teacher and the materials, the student and the materials, and the student and the teacher. Now, if you can enhance any one of those, learning will happen.
But the key question for faculty is, are we willing to get off the stage? That's a very big question. If we get off the stage, learning can happen when we are off the stage. And that should release us as faculty to be able to create the materials, put them online, and watch that learning happens. Of course, you've got to remain there to give feedback. You've got to remain there to monitor the learning process. You've got to remain there to answer questions. You don't disappear. If those of us who are thinking about disappearing, don't disappear, stay there, stay engaged. And maybe once we have that, then probably shall see more faculty taking up online teaching and doing it well. I must put a small caveat. It's not less work. It's actually more involvement, it's more work. And therefore, don't think that if you adopt e-learning, you go for a holiday. No, you've got to stay there. But it is very rewarding because once you have it student-centered, the students actually learn and you have lots of rewards. I have some students here who have taken through the e-learning system, and I'm happy to see where they are. So it's very rewarding. But are we willing to take that leap of faith, so to speak, in that direction? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are we willing to take that leap of faith? So I have 6 minutes and I'll give each one of you about 1 minute and I'll ask the same question. For us here, you are the experts. What's your take-home message for us in as far as e-learning, online learning is concerned? And Dr. Mayende, maybe in addition, you are the expert in this. Is e-learning just putting PowerPoints, because we all have learning platforms, model platforms, do I just put there? Is that what e-learning is about?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. One thing I need to say is that all institutions that are trying to go e-learning and are being driven by technology are failing. Because technology is not the driver for e-learning, surprisingly. It's basically the pedagogical aspects you go through in developing materials that are more engaging for educational purposes than the ones who are going to succeed. And that's what we are now doing at the university in ensuring that we go through the process of developing materials. And the issues to do with active learning or the learning management system require intentional activities that are aimed at ensuring that learners are able to engage with learner. I saw the previous speaker talking about issues to do with the objectives or intended learning outcome, constructive alignment, trying to see that assessment and what you intended to do are really connected. This is what we are trying to ensure before we even put everything online. But otherwise, if you don't, then it becomes a little bit problematic. But for us, when at Makerere, in order to be able to adopt e-learning, we have created what we call champions. We went into the learning management system and we picked on early adapters of the platform, those who are using the platform very well. And we have picked them from across the university. Some are coming from veterinary, medical, and all these other places. And these, we are calling them the early adapters. The early adapters, and we have a forum of early adapters where we interact and actually call upon them when there is any opportunity for training in issues of e-learning. Some of them will be brought on board. And one of the champions is seated near me here from the medical field, and she was able to take an 18-month training at the Arizona State University in instruction design and technology, and many others are doing that. So what we do, we pick on the early adapters or the champions, and we are training them, and those are the ones who are going to cascade towards the others. And we are now calling them mentors in the university because we are allocating them other professors to help and ensure that those professors are able to go on in a very good way. But online learning provides a lot of good things, or blended learning. And I had mentioned, I had put them in the list, but I'm going to just read the list a little bit. One, it provides us opportunities of accessibility and flexibility. And the health system, the medical system, these are people who are working in the field. So that kind of flexibility and accessibility will allow them to study while they are wherever they are. But it's only our role, us as educators, to ensure that we make we make courses more active and more engaging so that people can be able to learn. The other thing is the global reach and collaboration, because you can able to get into other partners and be able to work with multiple people, and you get a lot of knowledge and experiences from a multitude of people. The other thing is interactive multimedia content. These are things to do with the simulators. I had someone talking about they're having a big class, and in that place there only fits a few. And when you go there, some people are not even seeing. And yet when you make nice interactive videos, maybe they will be able to see on their phones. They may be able to see in the lab. So that's very good. Then the other thing is continuous professional development, which it can give an opportunity for people to do that while they are away. Of course, lifelong learning and upgrading skills for health workers, assessment and feedback. I heard you talk about portfolios in the competence-based, other than just giving those logs. Maybe you can do portfolios which are online, which can be able to be used very well, and also research and evidence-based learning, which you can be able to achieve in that. I think that's my information. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Mayende, for that. So your take-home message, our champion, Professor Chiguli.
Yeah, you know, it's not too late, never too late to be a champion. I did the 18 months course, but we need, as faculty, I'm an early adapter, I usually jump on everything, but we need to recognize that the need for further training and development. We need to be trained to understand what it is and apply it, and to be able to integrate it, because the resources are there. We are developing, but they're also there. For example, I'm from pediatrics, all my examples are from there. Even before the students go to the ward, even before the session you want, they can read, you can post materials on the learning management system, they can engage, create opportunities to discuss. Even after the ward, they can actually come and discuss. They can practice, go through practicing and all that, so that they can assess themselves and the competencies. So online learning is feasible, but also we can use it to enhance what we are doing. And if the internet connection is not enough, they can store the materials. But what is important is for us faculty to be able to change, and we need the leadership to support whatever we do. So I think I'll stop there because of time. Thank you very much,
Professor Chiguli. Somebody whispered me and was asking whether there were exams, that training you just completed.
Continuous assessment and feedback. Maybe one small thing, the course talks about, we had assignments every week, handing in every Monday morning and giving feedback every week. So that continuous assessment and feedback was really very important and motivational to us. Feedback between us, the participants, the peers, but also feedback with the instructors. And this is one course where I got A+ from beginning to end. And this A+ just made me become better. And it was easy. Give materials, give clear assignments. Students are not stupid. They will work hard. And if they are assessed, they will be motivated to continue, continuously, not at the end. Thank you.
Okay, we shall believe. Rebecca, your take-home message for us.
Thank you. So my take home, one is, I think as faculty, we need to accept to unlearn and learn. I think the challenge is that we are stuck with what we know and not willing to unlearn. So just the way we teach how people learn, I think we need to actually learn. And we need to unlearn and learn that we are dealing with a new generation. So I keep looking at my babies and how they play with the phone and they can search. And then you're getting such a student and you still want to be in analog. It's going to be very hard to teach such students. So where we are going, we need to adapt and use the methods that these students can actually work with. The other bit is we need to have more trainings, but specifically now that people have learned online methods on how to develop content, we now need to talk about interactive teaching. How do I interactively engage students online? Students get bored when we post materials and leave them there. And worse, if there is no feedback, no guidance. Just like we have said that all students can actually make it if you prepare very well and give them the right materials and support them. That brings me to the supportive environment. When we have students online, just like we are here, she's a champion, she's a fast learner, I may not be, someone else is not. They are different. So as a teacher, just like we manage them in class, we need to create a supportive environment online. There are students I have had to say, can we meet later? Can I support you? Because they will keep saying, I am failing. I cannot get onto the system. So we must be very patient with them. The majority will get on, but you need to hold the hand of this one or two to actually support them to reach there. So we need to create an enabling environment, a supportive environment to be able to support and promote online teaching. Lastly is institutionalization of online teaching. As long as it's still a choice for me to teach online, I will choose the easier way to get the books, go to class, give the lecture and walk away. So we need this to be adopted and institutionalized. So that is, everybody knows that for this part of my teaching, I must be able to do this. And probably put it in the appraisals. How many online modules have you been able to conduct when you look at our appraisal forms? If it's not something you're demanding from me, then I'm as good as doing business as usual. That's my take home. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nekaka. Professor Nanyonga, your take home message.
Thank you very much. A lot of good takeaways for all of us. What I would like to say is that there is a need, I think, for all of us to think about a competency framework for e-learning for faculty. We keep talking about faculty development. I wonder if we have this unified framework and approach that we can actually now implement in universities to be able to engage faculty, not just in designing content, but actually in assessment for learning within the virtual space, engaging students maximally, as she just mentioned. I think that is still lacking. And I hope that this conference can perhaps, inspire us to begin to think in that direction and put it to test and see, is it working? Is it not working? The second thing is actually what my colleague said. A student within a university there are so many components of student services within the university. So we need to institutionalize the Internet of Things, particularly with the administrators as well. We have focused a lot on teaching faculty and the deans, but the student interacts a lot with other individuals in the universities, and we cannot leave those individuals behind. So counselors, administrators, faculty administrators who interact with these students. Sometimes I feel like the teaching faculty are somewhere ahead in terms of interacting with the students on the e-system, and then the faculty administrators are saying, but for us, we don't know this, and for us, we don't know this, and it's creating areas of frustration. So this is an enterprise approach to mounting an e-learning program within the university. And then finally, research and evidence. What are the emerging best practices? How do we leverage those for continued improvements and for continued testing of the frameworks that we are looking at? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lydia, your take-home message for us.
Thank you, Dr. Roy. So mine is going to be a bit different on the side of the students. So the students' perception as regards e-learning or online learning. So it so happens that the students perceive, I think it's their perception. They think e-learning or online learning is not good enough vis-a-vis physical class. So I've had this experience. So if I'm in class and then you ask the students, so you want online lecture or physical? They'll say, we understand better with physical vis-a-vis online. So the question is it that we're not doing something right via the online? Is there something we are missing? Are they bored with the system? Don't we engage them? And now the confusion comes in more when it comes to an exam. Do you want online or physical? Online. So now as the lecturer gets confused. Teaching, you want physical. Exam, online. So the question is quality assurance and control via online exams. Now I'm sharing this. One time I gave an exam, progressive test online. Almost everyone scored 90. I brought the same test physical. The scores were different. So how do we manage the quality assurance as the expert? Online exams. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are raising very important research questions. So I think as we move away from here, those are some of the things we need to explore. Dr. Munavi, your take-home message for us.
Thank you very much, Roy. I think for me, I want to speak from where Lydia stopped about the issue of resistance, both in the student body and the faculty. It happens. I've also had an experience where a student literally went on strike because I was doing stuff online. Unfortunately for them, 6 months later, COVID began and the whole world went online. And I don't know if they ever came back to thank me for having introduced them to online learning by force. But yes, I think assessment drives learning and assessment also drives institutional change. That is something we need to leverage maximally. So for the students, if we have a component of their work that is happening online ending up on their documents, their degree, their transcript, then it will become something they must do, they must partake in. And I'm not talking about high-tech e-learning. Everybody has a smartphone now, I think. Almost everybody's on WhatsApp, so they must have a smartphone of some sort. You can target the e-learning for that level of information technology. So it is actually very possible. But where do we put those marks? So there should be a reward for it, which the student can appreciate. For the faculty, somebody talked about appraisals. Probably that's where we need to go. Like I mentioned before, you have to have both the carrot and the stick to get e-learning done properly by everybody. But I think it's possible. I've had people who didn't know anything about IT adopt learning in a flash because they had to have marks by the end of the semester. So people adapt, people pick it up. Change is possible even in this setting. It's just that you've got to be very firm and be prepared to handle the strikes, but it can happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good insights to think about as we move forward. Because of time, I will not allow any question from the audience, but you can interact with the panelists individually to have your questions answered. I've done this because of the time limitation that you have. Join me to thank our panelists for raising excellent ideas. I think it's just the beginning of a debate that we have to think about as we move towards e-learning. How do we do it in a situation? What do we need? What are the resources? And what's feasible that we can do as we think of e-learning? So thank you very much, our panelists. I think I can now allow you to go back to your seats. And we go into the last session of the day, and we shall make sure that we are on time. So don't get worried. You can have released you. So Professor Clark Nanyonga is going to lead us into the next session. they need to see another face. So she's very interesting. So it will be an interesting session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Our presenters. Good afternoon, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. So we've eaten into a bit of our time, so I'll be very quick to invite our first presenter. I think we are going to oral presentations, and the first up is Shamim Nabidda, Faculty of Medicine in Mbarara University of Science and Technology, who is presenting antimicrobial resistant and rational prescription practices, knowledge, perceptions, and competency of medical interns in Uganda. Shamim.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Nabidda Shamim. We were offered a grant by React Africa to conduct a research study on antimicrobial resistance and rational prescription practices, knowledge, perceptions, and confidence of medical interns in Uganda. Antimicrobial resistance is when microorganisms stop responding to antimicrobials. Or in a layperson's language, we can say antimicrobial resistance is when the drugs are no longer treating the disease they were initially treating. We all know medical interns. They have been on media in the past 2 years. So medical interns, in case you've not gotten a chance to know who exactly they are graduate health workers who are placed by Ministry of Health in different general and referral hospitals across the country so that they can undergo 1 year of supervision by their seniors before they can attain their license. So back to the study. Antimicrobial resistance is an anticipated global pandemic, and the World Health Organization report. The World Organization reports that annually 700,000 deaths are caused by resistant microorganisms, and we have 230,000 people dying annually because of more drug-resistant tuberculosis. In Uganda today, the situation analysis, which was done by Uganda National Academy of Science, has revealed that we are having increased resistance to commonly used antimicrobials, and there is also increased resistance of gram-negative enterobacteria to the last line of drugs and those carbapenems. So this is a very serious problem, not only in Uganda, but worldwide. Despite the fact that the medical interns are playing a bigger role in management of illnesses, and treatment across the country in different hospitals, we were uncertain about their knowledge, their confidence on antimicrobial resistance and rational prescription practices. We therefore thought to conduct this study so that we could assess their knowledge, perception, and confidence on antimicrobial resistance and rational prescription practices. This was a descriptive cross-sectional multi-center quantitative study. We carried it out between October and November 2022 in 6 tertiary hospitals in Uganda. So the study was conducted in Mulago National Hospital, Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, Gulu Regional Referral Hospital, Mbale Regional Referral Hospital, Kawempe General Hospital, and Churudu Hospital. So the medical interns who were recruited in our study were doctors, nurses, midwives, and pharmacists. We collected data using an online combo toolbox software, and we analyzed our data using starter version 16. We recruited 281 participants. Those were medical interns with a mean age of 27 years. And 19% of the medical interns who took part in our study had good knowledge in antimicrobial resistance and rational prescription. That means that a bigger percentage had poor and moderate knowledge on antimicrobial resistance and rational prescription. The good knowledge of medical interns on AMR and rational prescription was significantly associated with use of professional organization guidelines. And this is probably because the professional organization guidelines are scientifically proven and they have current information. So nurses in our study, intern nurses exhibited very low knowledge as compared to the counterparts who are doctors, pharmacists, and midwives in antimicrobial resistance and rational prescription. And this may probably be due to because nurses are more involved in care of the patients and rarely take part in the prescription of drugs. So in conclusion, majority of the interns are identified continuous medical education and use of clinical guidelines as the most helpful intervention to improve their knowledge on antimicrobial resistance. Surprisingly, most interns were very confident in their ability to accurately diagnose infections and select appropriate antimicrobials. The medical interns perceived the overuse of antimicrobials, both at all centers and livestock production, as the most significant contributors to antimicrobial resistance. So these are some of our graphs in case you may need more information on the study. So in conclusion, majority of medical interns exhibited very low knowledge on antimicrobial resistance, despite their high confidence in rational antimicrobial prescription. So the findings of our study raised a need for more interventions like training to improve the knowledge of medical interns on antimicrobial resistance and rational prescription, especially the intern nurses. So I therefore call upon all stakeholders. We are all responsible, because imagine waking up one day and you've spent all the money buying the drugs, but they can't work on you. You spend the money buying drugs to treat animals on your farm, and nothing is getting better. So I'm calling everyone, all responsible stakeholders, to come on board and devise mechanisms on how we can combat the upcoming pandemic of antimicrobial resistance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for keeping time. The next presenter is Jane Francis Namatovu. Please take a seat in case we have some time for questions. Jane Francis Namatovu, who is presenting continuing professional training needs for doctors in public primary care facilities in central Uganda. Jane Francis is the Department of Family Medicine, Makerere University. You have 8 minutes, Jane.
Good evening to you all. My name is Dr. Jane Francis Namatovu from the Department of Family Medicine at Makerere. The work I'm presenting is a part of a project, a PhD project funded by HEPI, and particularly it's to do with, this work is to do with continuing professional training needs for doctors in public primary care facilities in central Uganda. So we know that continuing professional development is a process where the health professionals keep themselves updated to meet the needs of the patients, the needs of the health services sector where they are working, but also for their professional development individually. And for effective continuing professional development, the primary care doctors would impact on the quality of primary care services that we receive. But in our current state, we still have poor primary care services in the public sector. And we know that in our public sector, the primary care services are in the docket of the district health system. A situation analysis was done around 2017, and it identified gaps in the primary care competences for especially both the doctors and the nurses. But in part, to add on to the problem is that currently the Uganda Medical and Dental Practitioners Council still records up to 40 malpractice cases monthly due to medical errors. And this could be because of very many reasons, but partially it could be because our continuing professional development is still needs to be improved. So the objective of this study was to determine the continuing training needs for the doctors who are in the primary care facilities. And these were the general hospitals and health center force, because in our current structure, that's where the doctors are deployed. And in the local government statute, it is 2 doctors in the health center force and up to 7 doctors in the general hospitals. So because this is an educational project, where learning, we know, takes place in many ways, but one of the things that drives learning is the things which you interact with, where you're working, and that's the situativity theory. Where one is situated determines a lot on how they learn and what they are going to pay attention to. So this study was a descriptive cross-sectional study, which used the the WHO validated Hennessy-Hicks tool, training needs assessment questionnaire. This tool has two parts. It has the part which has 33 items, and these items are under 5 domains. One was research and then the other one was communication and teamwork, clinical tasks, administration, management, and supervisory tasks. And then the second section was to allow the participants list up to 10 items that they thought they needed to attend to during continuing professional development activities. And the items had one, the participant would score the importance on one side and then also score the performance. And the difference between the importance and performance would give us the training need. And the second part would just list, and we tallied the frequency of what has been listed down by the participants. So first, dealing with the second part, what came out clearly, one of the domains that was lacking or was mentioned was in administration. The doctors wanted to have more of how to use modern and digital equipment and technology in health, and other items like minimal access surgery and ultrasound and gynecological laparoscopy. This looks specialized care, but because we don't have specialists in the district health system, it was found as one of the items that was mentioned. And then under the clinical tasks, there were quite a number of items that were highlighted, and emergency recognition and management. Many of those courses were suggested, like basic life support, advanced trauma life support, advanced life support, comprehensive emergency obstetric and neonatal care. And then also the procedural skills and general surgical techniques were also frequently mentioned as one of the things that they needed to work on in their continuing training. And also guidelines in managing common conditions, as well as common conditions included HIV, diabetes, hypertension, skin issues, hepatitis, childhood illnesses, because those were the common conditions that they were interacting with in these centers. The other was research, was under research and audit domain, and this had things like research writing, designing and conducting their own research for publication. The other issues were the medical legal issues to do with writing reports that were, and also postmortem, and also accessing research resources, information on where this could be got, and also time to access, and also the possibility of being able to get grants to do research. Under the management and supervisory tasks, the issues of leadership, management, and governance were key, as well as human resource management in relation to Ministry of Planning standing orders, because these kept being updated and they needed to know what's current. In the first section of the questionnaire that had the 33 items, what had the highest mean scores was in research, and it had 1.94 with a standard deviation of 1.69, which was followed by administration and clinical tasks. And under research, we've already mentioned they wanted to have access to research resources and also to know how to write and publish their research findings in their work environments, but also issues of how to design and supervise research projects, because some of these were in their environments, but they were only implementing and not being able to effectively design and manage their own. The other issues.
Again, can you wrap up?
Okay, thank you. So under the clinical tasks, specifically in communication, because that scored lowest under the needs, but what was highest under the items was negotiation and conflict resolution. And as a conclusion, it is very important for us to focus on how to support the doctors who are working in these environments in research so that they can do their work in their work environments, but also to focus on the clinical tasks that have been mentioned. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I invite you to sit at the table. I would like to invite the next presenter, Ms. Neumbe Irene Mildred, Department of Nursing, Busitema University, who is going to present on choice, attitudes, and perceptions of undergraduate nursing students towards the nursing profession. You have 8 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Neumbe Irene Mildred. I am presenting about choice, attitudes, and perceptions of undergraduate nursing students towards the nursing profession. This was my final year research project for my undergraduate training at Busitema University. I was supervised by Dr. Nekaka Rebecca, Dr. Iramiot Jacobs, in total. So 3 of those 16 had interest in nursing. That's why they enrolled for the program. The other 3, it was because of their academic performance. Either they were poor in A-level, and so it was a miracle that they ended up qualifying to do the nursing program. Then majority had mixed reasons, where a student had like 3 or 4 reasons for doing the course. But out of these, the desire to study in a particular university kept standing out, in that some only wanted to study at Makerere. So because the course they had got at Makerere was nursing, they did it for that reason. And then 3 of these studied nursing because it was the last option to join the health profession, but their main aim was to study Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery. Majority of the students, that's 81.8%, had positive attitudes towards the nursing profession. So the tool that we use to study the attitudes is called Attitude Scale for the Nursing Profession. It has 40 items clustered into 3 subscales. The first is properties of the nursing profession. The second is preference to the nursing profession. And the third is general position of the nursing profession. So the properties of the nursing profession attracted the highest mean score of 61.9, whereas general position of the nursing profession had the lowest mean score. When we compared the attitudes, we found out that there was a significant difference in attitudes of the students based on their year of study and the entry scheme to the university, direct entry and diploma entry. There was a difference in their attitudes. Then about the perceptions, the one that had the highest statistical value when we compared using a percentage, it was poor payment of nurses, where the students brought out that the nurses are paid too little compared to the heavy work that they do. Then the image of the nursing profession, it was brought out that the public view about nursing is very negative. Nursing is not popular among the public and it is minimized. And the students also said that they are minimized both by their fellow health professional students doing other courses, their supervisors, the doctors, and even their senior nurses on the wards, whom they expected to at least treat them better. The other was bias towards employing lower cadres in nursing, where a majority of the jobs advertised for certificate or diploma in nursing. And for those that advertise for bachelors, it is considered an added advantage. Nursing is a hectic and traumatizing profession where the nurses spend most of the time with the patients and lack time for themselves and their families, and that the profession also exposes nurses to so many challenges and torture, right from physical to psychological. Then nursing was also perceived as a good course, which provides an opportunity to interact with patients. The other perception was about the leadership in nursing, which the students described as a broken leadership that does not advocate for them, and that the leaders do not mentor the young students to be able to take up those positions. The last perception was that they are not allowed to practice what they learn at school, that they learn a lot right from taking history to examination, but in practice, they are restricted mainly to administering medicines. In conclusion, nursing training institutions should ensure that students acquire and maintain an accurate perception of the profession. This will enable students to experience a higher level of satisfaction with their practice as a nurse after graduation. It has been observed that some students, even after graduating, choose to opt out of the profession when they realize it is not what they thought it was when they were joining this profession. So, in summary, nursing students are upcoming contributors of the nursing workforce. And according to this study, although the students had positive attitudes towards the profession, majority of their perceptions were negative. So this calls upon all stakeholders who are involved in training the nurses, in regulation, and in supervision to ensure that they enable these students get an accurate perception and that they can be able to maintain it so that they can actually practice as nurses after graduation.
Thank you, Irene.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Miss Lydia Namuyimbwa, Kabale University. She's going to talk about faculty perceptions on the teaching and learning of critical thinking among medical and nursing undergraduate students at Kabale and Makerere universities, a qualitative study. Miss Lydia, you have 8 minutes.
So basically, I'm going to talk about critical thinking and the faculty perceptions on the learning and teaching of critical thinking among medical nursing students at Makerere and Kabale University School of Medicine. So critical thinking, Has is looking for the PowerPoint. So critical thinking is the ability to use high order skills like conceptualization, inference, explanation, evaluation, self-regulation, and of course, also using the disposition domain. Right. So that you're in position to make sound judgment or solve your problem. So it is one of the competences deemed necessary in the 21st century to produce a workforce of health professionals who are independent thinkers and problem solvers. So we are very well aware that this competence is important as regards the health professionals. And it's very important during the clinical work so that you're in position to be a very good clinical reasoner. So however much it is believed that thinking process can happen naturally, but it's upon us, the medical educators, to be in position to shape up the thinking process so that it's not biased, so that it's not complete. Okay. So we also appreciate that the education system in Uganda broadly uses the teacher-centered method of delivery. And we know very well that this method doesn't enhance critical thinking abilities because the students are usually passive, just like the way you're doing. So all I give you is all you put into your head. So students are not given time to reflect on content and to integrate on that content. And also studies have shown low levels of critical thinking among students and also faculty's lack of knowledge to assess and evaluate student critical thinking abilities. So we also know that most of our institutions, critical thinking is one of the competences that is required by the graduates we produce. So it is pertinent for us to instill that competence in our learners from the grassroots. So therefore, there's something wrong here with that. Eddie. I can't flip over. So I'll continue talking. So basically what we did in this study, we recruited 14 faculty teaching both year 1 and year 3 at both universities. And we used interview methods to interview them using the in-depth method. So we used a structured questionnaire and okay. And then of course we did the analysis using the Atlas version 23, where we got our codes and then the subgroups. And then of course we got the themes relating the related subgroups. So results, when they were asked about the definition of critical thinking, we had 3 themes that emerged. And the predominant theme was that critical thinking was perceived as a cognitive processing of information. And the most frequent cognitive term which was used was analysis. So we appreciate from this response that they had shallow understanding of this concept. Because as I said, critical thinking basically has 2 domains, the cognitive domain and the affective domain. But from their responses, they seemed not to recognize the affective domain. And yet we know as educators, it's very important because these are the skills we need to nurture in these students so that they can become better critical thinkers. I'll skip the quotes. So when they were asked about the roles of critical thinking, they were very much aware about their roles. So they mentioned responses like it promotes cognitive, I think something is wrong with this computer, cognitive ability. It keeps cognitive ability, and then it improves quality of professionalism. So putting this in mind, if the educators are more aware that critical thinking is very important, so this is going to be as a motivating factor to help them enhance these skills within the students and then to transform them into critical thinkers. So when they were asked whether students demonstrate critical thinking in their classrooms, more than half of the faculty responded that yes, it happens in their classrooms while they are teaching their students. However, 3 respondents responded that it happens to some extent, and 2 of them said it does not happen. So what does this mean? So if critical thinking is one of the competencies required as per our curriculums, or one of the skills required by the graduates, and some of the faculty who are the medical educators who are teaching these students cannot even assess or evaluate critical thinking. So it puts a lot of questions to see what they are doing. Are they doing the right thing? Are they knowledgeable about critical thinking? So because for you to implement something, you need to be knowledgeable about it and confident about that phenomenon. So some of the activities they mentioned that they use to enhance critical thinking, it included formative assessment, small group learning, case scenarios, PBL, questioning, among others. So when it came to problems faced by students as they practice critical thinking, basically there were 2 major themes: student factors, and among these included the affective dispositions like the personality traits, shyness, lack of confidence, students not being open, and then of course faculty factors like curriculum related factors. So we appreciate that as I talked about the affective domain of critical thinking. So if students are presenting with such personality traits, it's asked the medical education to create an environment so that these students are enhanced, and then some of these personal traits are tamed so that they can become great thinkers. So when it came to ability to implement critical thinking, more than half of the respondents mentioned that they were able to implement critical thinking into their classrooms, and minority were not able to implement. So this brings me back to the other point I was talking about. So as medical educators, that means there's a gap in their knowledge as regards critical thinking phenomena. So what does that mean? So most of the faculty were in position to respond that they include critical thinking questions when they are setting exams. However, minority of them mentioned that they don't include critical thinking questions. So this also means that they are not in position to assess the critical thinking abilities of students. So in summary, there was a shallow understanding of the concept of critical thinking, since majority of the faculty define critical thinking using mainly the cognitive skills of analysis, inference, and explanation. So as I said, there's more to this. They're supposed to talk about interpretation, evaluation, explanation, self-regulation, which wasn't mentioned in the responses, as well as the affective domain. So these findings support the need to put in place faculty development workshops on critical thinking, assessment, and evaluation. And therefore, faculty must also learn to be innovative at all times, so has to use the available resources to perform the expected tasks, and also create an environment where students can freely express themselves. So once an environment is created, it means the personal traits like shyness are going to be abrogated, and then the students will be able to express themselves. Thank you. Sorry about the technical issues.
Yes, yeah, you managed to finish before time. So well done. Thank you, Lydia. Next and last, Mr. Kamoga Livingstone, Department of Nursing, Makerere University. He's going to present on understanding and experiences of professional identity among recent nursing and midwifery graduates in Uganda. Mr. Kamoga, you have 8 minutes. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon to everyone. Yes, this is Kamoga Livingstone. I'm going to talk about understanding and experiences of professional identity among a recent nursing and midwifery graduates in Uganda. This is part of a broader study actually, which is ongoing, but today we are going to look at the understanding and experiences of professional identity among these recent graduates. Recent graduates, if I'm to talk about recent graduates, I'm talking about intern nurses and intern midwives. So these are some of the co-authors. We have Dr. Scovia, Dr. Roy, Mrs. Najuma, and me, Kamoga Livingstone. So the outline we are going to look at the background, the objectives, methods, results, conclusion, and even the acknowledgement. So we know very well that professional identity may be an individual construct of self or a collective representation of a profession. And we know very well that nursing students are relatively rendered powerless in the healthcare hierarchy and are routinely exposed to less than ideal role models. So that alone causes dissonance in realizing between professional idealism and even practice realism. So that alone results into confusion and even an inability to form a professional identity, whereby we know very well that for a person who has clearly formed or who has understood very well professional identity, that clarity and meaning and even the value of professional identity is essential for them to take up leadership roles in this complex healthcare environment. And on top of that, this alone actually will likely to help these nurses or these midwives in provision of safe, quality, and even commitment to the profession. And we know very well, very many papers or even researchers shown it that professional identity, strong professional identity, and even a psychological well-being are linked up. Therefore, these individuals having a strong background of professional identity or who can entirely identify themselves in their profession will be able to execute their duties, their roles, and on top of that, they will be able to be retained into the profession. Therefore, it's upon that background that we explored the understanding of professional identity, challenges and barriers to professional identity formation, perceptions, and even experiences fostering professional identity among these recent graduates. So these are my objectives. Actually, I have just talked about it. That is, we are exploring the understanding of professional identity, challenges and barriers to professional identity formation, perceptions and experiences of fostering professional identity among recent graduates. And this study was carried out at 2 sites, that is Mbalala Regional Referral and even Mulago National Referral. So in this, we used a mixed method approach, whereby these participants or these recent graduates were recruited from those 2 sites, that's Mulago National Referral Hospital and Mbalala Regional Referral Hospital. So in this, we conducted a survey, whereby that survey it was mainly quantitative, and even we had a qualitative approach, whereby in this qualitative approach, we used focus group discussions. And for this qualitative part, we had 2 focus group discussions, one involving participants from Mulago National Referral Hospital, and the second one involving participants from Mbalala Regional Referral Hospital. The one of those focus group discussions had 15 participants, and the second one had 11 participants. For quantitative data, it was analyzed using HEPI-SHSSU version 29, and the qualitative part or the qualitative data was analyzed using in vivo version 11, whereby codes were generated and even to form the themes. So in this, we recruited participants who are males and females. We had 48 females and 17 males, of which the mean age was 30. So 90% of these participants were motivated to take up nursing or midwifery as their profession. And of all these, all of them were able to identify as nurses and midwives. From the focus group discussions, we had key emerging issues, and of these issues, we had understanding professional identity in nursing or midwifery as their sense of belonging, following the nursing or midwifery ethical principle, professional principles, and knowing what to do. actually, whatever was generated out of this film, it was encompassing the domains of the International Society of Professional Identity in Nursing, whereby it talks about ethics and values, leadership, professional comportment, and even knowledge. So one of these participants also noted that, or said that, knowing what is expected of me as a midwife or a nurse in my scope of practice, and at the same time, ethics and code of conduct and doing right thing as a nurse. The other theme which was generated was challenges or barriers to professional identity formation, whereby some of these challenges or barriers included unfavorable working environment, low pay, poor nursing or midwifery leadership, and the nursing or midwifery profession being female dominant. So some of the participants noted that the challenge I have encountered is the toxic workplace, more especially from the people we would look up to mentor us in some skills. And also another one noted that I think another challenge is poor leadership. Yes, so in our profession, there is pulling of ropes. Who is leading, who is saying that? So the whole thing leads to disorganization and lack of unity, which in the end becomes a challenge. And then the other theme we generated was nursing or midwifery preceptorship, which has been actually being discussed from the moment we entered into this place. So nursing or midwifery preceptorship in the clinical area and having nurse or midwife educators who are nurses, strict nurses or midwives to mentor and guide young nurses and midwives emerged as educator practices that fostered their professional identity formation. So one of them noted that all institutions, if it would be possible, they would be sending their students for clinicals with clinical preceptors who would follow them up to make sure that they do what they are supposed to do as degree nurses or degree student nurses.
Mr. Kamoka, can you wrap up?
Okay. So the last one, we observed the further education as one of the factors which also enabled their professional identity formation, of which one of them stated that when for him he started with registration, things weren't clear. But as she went on, things became clear, and now she can understand and actually ably execute her roles and identify as a nurse or a midwife. So in conclusion, almost all the participants were knowledgeable about professional identity in nursing or midwife, and therefore the responsible stakeholders should address the challenges affecting the formation of their professional identity so that the profession can flourish and advance. Also, all educators and training universities need to embrace mentorship and deployment of clinical preceptors such that young nurses and midwives can learn from them as they develop their profession identity. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A big round of applause for all our presenters. There's a chair there. I need to seek guidance because we are 10 minutes over the session, and yet I feel these were really good studies and participants may have questions. Dr. Chiguli, what do we do? 10 minutes maximum. Okay. Folks with the microphones, questions to our presenters. Very quickly, we have 10 minutes to go. Yes, there's a question over here. Let's be quick with those mics. Thank you very much.
Yes, hello, good evening. Well, mine is not a question per se, but I want to direct it to the first speaker on our work on antimicrobial resistance. So much has been done and talked about, but we have to look at the way forward. Given the fact that it takes time to develop all these drugs, why can't we look inward? Maybe we look at our traditional medicine. If we can help put some science into it, we can get solution to most of these orthodox medicine that are now becoming resistant. So I know your work is a bachelor degree work. Maybe you can take it up at the master's level and also hope to do your PhD. And anybody also in this room can also join hands in fighting this war against the antimicrobial. But let's look inward. Chinese are developing their medicine and they are giving a good package, and we are buying it at high prices. So we too can do that in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Second question.
Thank you so much, presenters, moderator. I want to pick it from Dr. Mujibu's contribution to the first presenter. One of the problems we are having is the lack of interprofessionalism coming from training. I recently participated in an interprofessional training program with the Stripe, but you find that this is coming at a level where these people have been trained without interprofessionalism. What I mean is, in that case, these interns need to work with the pharmacy, the lab. I'll give a testimony of what is happening. I had a one lady who had PID, but the clinician insisted that we have to have antifungal, we have antihelminth, we have antibacterial, and all that is too much. And even the antibiotics were just a cocktail because didn't know. I had to advise that, can we do a gram stain to understand what is the cause so that you have specifically one thing you are picking up. And indeed he did, and that helped. Then way forward of other innovations, I do bacteriophage therapy, and bacteriophages can improve antibiotic resistances. I believe in-house, if we can pick it up for the next time we have such kind of meeting, we can have good results. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ian, right there, he has a question or a comment.
Thank you very much. Mine is a question to the first presenter. In your investigation, did you ask about adverse events in terms of knowledge from these people? Because I think for the nurse to care for patients, at least the very stationary adverse events are going to happen. So that should be a good reason for them to know about these drugs. That's my thought to you. Did you look for that information? Thank you.
Shamina, do you want to respond to that? Did you look for adverse effects?
Adverse effects.
Yes, I think that was the question, right? Knowledge about adverse effects.
Oh, not really. We didn't look at that. It wasn't one of our objectives. Oh, you like this one?
It's all.
You'd like to know the adverse effects of antimicrobial resistance?
Adverse events.
Adverse events of antimicrobial resistance. Of antibiotics. Oh, I think all antibiotics have their adverse events, their specific adverse effects if they are overused or misused. But I would like to say that antimicrobial resistance, it's basically comes due to misuse of drugs. That's when some people, when they have flu, for example, they end up, flu is a viral infection. They end up taking amoxicillin. Some people are, even when they are nurses and a patient comes to them and tell them, Musawa, I have flu, the Musawa would advise the patient to take the capsule of an antibiotic. So when you overexpose those drugs to those antibiotics, if you overexpose the body or the microorganism to antibiotics, then time is going to come. They are going to adapt and find a mechanism when the drugs no longer work on them, which is antimicrobial resistance. But according to your question, all antibiotics have, if I've understood well, have their adverse reactions in case they are misused or overused.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you want to qualify your statement and then we'll move on?
I'll do that quickly. I think the statement you said that the nurses don't need to know about the drugs points to not knowing why they should know about the drugs. And so them not knowing about the prescriptions, what's been given, how it's being administered, points to a gap in not knowing why we're doing this thing. And why I asked about adverse events is that if I give too much of anything, like he said, I should expect an adverse event. If somebody reacts to penicillin and you don't know what to look for when somebody reacts to penicillin, you won't help. Therefore, you're not providing care. And that goes back to the why. Why are we doing this curriculum? Why are we teaching this? If we address the why, then all these things fall into place. And maybe that's where the MHP program may come to help. Why are we doing, why are we teaching, why are we teaching? Just to clarify, so I didn't want to know if you know about adverse events. I was asking if you had looked for that information because it may point to something that's missing for the nursing people. Thank you.
Perhaps something to think about in the future, carrying forward your work. Next, please. We have about 4 minutes left.
Okay, about antimicrobial resistance, probably the very reason we are here is the solution to antimicrobial resistance, because we need to have interprofessions education that should lead to collaborative practice. For example, the lab results will come reading MRSA. What does that even mean to the clinician? And there is no collaboration between the lab and the clinic. And the lab is simply saying, when they say MRSA, they are meaning discard your penicillins, discard your cephalosporins, go to the carbapenems, go to the vancomycin. And if that communication does not exist, there is no solution. What is the constitution of our ward round? Do we have a clinician plus a pharmacist? Is a nurse involved? And the problem rotates around that. There could be a simple lab result reporting that ampicillin is resistant. But that also indicates that you should never give augmentin or amoxiclav. So that communication needs to exist in what we call collaborative practice. And that's the real solution to AMR problem. We need to communicate, we need to collaborate so that it is all for the benefit of one patient.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And a collaborative practice results from collaborative training. So if it's not happening in the training institutions, people are not going to form it in the practice. I will take one question that's not about antimicrobial resistance. We'll close the conference. Okay, no more questions. All right, I want to thank our presenters for a brilliant work that you have done from antimicrobial resistance to training needs for doctors by Dr. Namatovu, for choices and practices of undergraduate students towards their nursing profession, to faculty perceptions about critical thinking, and finally, understanding experiences of professional identity among new interns, nurses, and midwives. Thank you very much, and we wish you well with your work as you continue forward. Back to you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nanyonga and the presenters. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for actively participating. It has been an interesting day, And I know that we are tired. I would like to say that we are going to end here. There's tea outside and opportunity to network. Tomorrow we are starting at 8. And the first session, don't miss it. Nursing education in the region will start at exactly 8:30. We want to keep time. And tomorrow we have a number of interesting presentations. So thank you very much. Let's clap for ourselves as we go to have tea. Thank you, everyone.